to Day 2 of the Africa Economic Symposium, organized by the Policy Center for the New South. The theme of this year's edition is Fostering Africa's Economic Transformation through Innovative Financing. Our first session this morning and third session of the symposium will focus on navigating financial resource limitations amidst growing economic development needs. Please join me in welcoming to the stage our chair for this panel, Arkebe Okube-Metiku, former senior minister and special advisor to the Prime Minister of Ethiopia. And now, please welcome to the stage our speakers for this panel. Nagesh Kumar, Director and Chief Executive at the Institute for Studies in Industrial Development. Mavis Owusu-Jamfi, Executive Vice President at the African Center for Economic Transformation. And Tafere Tesfachu, Senior Advisor at Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. Before giving the floor to the chair for this session, we will view a short introductory video for the panel.
Africa faces critical financial resources gaps amid growing development needs. From building essential infrastructure and fostering technological innovation, to ensuring a just transition to renewable energy and meeting the social needs of a growing population, the imperative for financial resources to navigate these complexities and drive development progress is becoming increasingly urgent. However, financial development alone is insufficient. Effective governance plays an equally important role in maximizing the impact of financial resources. What are the four most important development challenges facing Africa? How can Africa's financial landscape be reshaped to address these challenges in a more inclusive manner? What policies and initiatives can be implemented to enhance governance and maximize the role of finance in addressing Africa's development challenges?
Arkebe Okube-Metiku, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Today is day 2. Yesterday, we have looked at macroeconomic issues. And today's sessions are going to be related to that specific issue. But this year's African Economic Symposium central theme is financing and development, and particularly fostering development and also innovative financing schemes. So this morning's session will be followed by various sessions on this central theme. We have excellent panelists today, and allow me to use their first name. Nagesh is a professor, and he is head of an Institute of Studies on Industrial Development, so central to structural transformation, and he has been playing executive roles in many UN agencies, and we are honored to have him. And we'll be listening also some perspective from experiences in Asia. And then we have Mavis. She is the president and CEO of African Center for Economic Transformation, which is one of the leading think tanks in this continent. And she has also been working close to 2 decades in international development agencies at DFID. So rich experience, we are going to hear a lot. And we also have Tesfacho, who is a veteran of UNCTAD. He has been at UNCTAD for over 25 years, responsible for developing countries and least developing countries. And we'll be hearing a lot of insights from Tesfacho. Allow me to thank the host, the Policy Center for the New South, as it has emerged one of the leading think tanks in our continent. And its 10th year anniversary, and we must congratulate them. And can we clap once? It's doing a wonderful contribution to the continent, and we wish a brighter decade ahead. So this morning's session links financing resources and innovative financing with economic transformation or structural transformation or productive transformation. And if we look the long-term perspective in our continent, in the last 50 years, the economy has been growing at, on average, 3.5%. And at global level, average growth has been 3.1%. But this is lower than Asian average, which was about 4.9% in the last 50 years. So this brings an issue to look at the lagging structural transformation in our continent in terms of productive capability, exports, and also economic diversification. It also leads us to look at the future path. We shouldn't only talk about crisis. We should also look at the future trend, and one of the central drivers of economic growth in the coming decades is going to be demography. Demography and technology are the key determinant of long-term growth, and Africa's population will double. Over 1 billion will be living in urban centers, and also over 800 million will be joining workforce. So this is a huge opportunity, and also it could be a tsunami. Then we live in a global context, and volatile and also crisis, as we have seen 2009, financial crisis. We have seen it in 2015, the price shock in commodities, and also 2020 COVID followed by recession. So this session, I believe, will help to share insights on this important topic. Let's start. Let me invite everyone this interactive session to use smartphones. And the first question is, what is the primary development challenge facing Africa? We'll give you 5 seconds. Okay, done? Yeah, so we could see the outcome, and we'll see how it evolves during the session. Now I will invite the panelists, and let me start with Mavis. And the first question that 3 of them will be dealing is, what are the foremost development challenges facing Africa? And how can Africa's financial landscape be reshaped to address these challenges in a more inclusive manner? Mavis.
Thank you very much, Akebe, and thank you also to the Policy Center. Can you hear me now? Okay, thank you. Can you hear me now? So thank you very much, Akebe, and thank you to the Policy Center for the New South for the invitation to join this panel. For ASET, the biggest issue is on the continent right now is the lack of economic transformation. As human beings, we are ultimately all working for our human well-being. We are looking for jobs, decent jobs that will pay well, that will enable us to educate our children, etc. That's what we are all working towards. And for most African economies, this will only be achieved if they transform their economies and they increase access to finance for further development. Economic transformation at ASSET, we define it as growth with depth. So the depth starts for diversification of your economy, export competitiveness, improved productivity, effective use of technology, all leading to human capital. And we actually measure how countries are progressing towards this definition of transformation. The last report we released, the Africa Transformation Index, was last year. And the index looked at 30 countries that represent, in effect, 86.5% of the continent's GDP. So a very substantive number of the continent. And out of a score of 100, our transformation score in over 2000 to 2020 was 30.3. It ranged from countries like Tunisia at 69.5 out of 100 to Niger and Burundi at 11.9. So we are not transforming as effectively as we should. When we unpacked the data, we were really worried about two things. We are actually regressing on economic transformation, economic diversification as a continent, and we are regressing on export competitiveness. So when we looked at the scores for economic diversification, we had dropped over the 20 years to 5.9 points, and when we looked at export competitiveness, we had dropped by 0.9 points. And this is highly problematic if you look at how we are growing. The pace at which we are growing is showing us that, in effect, what's happening is that the little transformation that's happening is happening by default rather than design. We are not intentionally using growth to diversify our economies. Growth is pulling up diversification. And then we also looked at the link between transformation and resilience. And this is really important because we've seen a lot of shocks as a continent. And yesterday, a number of our panelists kept talking about how slow we are to rebound from shocks. So when we look at countries like Tunisia, Morocco, Mauritius, that actually made positive progress against economic diversification and export competitiveness. We compared how they fared during the 2007 global financial crisis and the 2014-2015 commodity super cycle. And these countries actually buckled slower than the others and rebounded faster. So if we are going to get out of this boom-bust cycle that we are in, we need to be intentional on how we actually transform our economies. Now, everybody's telling us we don't have enough money. How are we going to do it? It's highly problematic. That intentionality requires us to pick value chains and invest in those value chains. So follow the whole value chain. We can't do infrastructure perfectly everywhere. Pick a value chain across regions and make it work. Pick a sector and make it work. So, chocolate. I come from Ghana, okay? This is Bioko chocolate. And I'm actually gonna leave it here for everybody to taste. Bioko makes excellent chocolate, but they are stuck at the niche market because their inputs are so expensive. And guess where they are importing their inputs from? North America, Europe, and Asia. But guess what's happening? The milk is being actually sold to North America from Ethiopia and the Sahel, okay? The sugar is being sold from Africa, and then Bioko is importing it in. Bioko will never compete effectively. Now imagine, it's not that she wants to be a niche chocolatier. It's the only place she can actually stay at. Now imagine if we were intentional in this industry, built a regional value chain, made it work. It would be very, very different. Bioko would still be able to develop her niche chocolate, but also create mass production, generate decent jobs, etc., etc. I always wear an African outfit. Today's skirt. from sub-Saharan Africa, niche market, high-end industry. Imported in. We ship cotton from West Africa. You could go. Okay. So, okay. You can see the scale better now. So we ship cotton from West Africa to Asia. We buy bales of cotton, we print it, and then we sell it. And it's a niche market. And when we mass produce with cheap fabric from China. There's something fundamentally wrong with our model. We have the worst care economy in the world. I mean, we don't need infrastructure for this. We just need training. We could build one of the best care economies in the world, use it effectively in Africa, and export it. And so, very quickly on the second part of the question, where is the money coming from? We've spoken a lot about the global financial architecture. I want us to look domestically. We can get money by being smarter in how we spend our money. So, digital public infrastructure, we've been talking about this for decades, and we're still not making progress on it. I'm very envious. India implemented a digital public infrastructure program and is currently saving $1 billion a month just from that one action. Where is our equivalent? If we look at things like efficiency of public investment, we are inefficient in our public investment. We are looking at a recent study that was done showed that we have an average inefficiency gap of 39% on the continent, ranging from almost 0% in Rwanda to 70% in Nigeria and Angola. So imagine if we were more efficient in how we spend our money. Let's plug holes in illicit financial flows. Everybody keeps talking about the Mbeki 2015 report. But when we look at the results, implementation has been almost non-existent. We can't keep talking about these things. We say our pension funds are not investing in the continent. Where are the projects, the viable projects that they should invest in? None of us want our pensions to be wasted. And then we have African financial institutions. They need to do more to optimize their own balance sheets. They need to collaborate, work more effectively with national development banks to really invest in our economies. And last but definitely not least, we must do a much, much better job of monetizing our green assets. And the plea here is, let's not do this nation state by nation state. Let's do this as a region so that we can compete effectively with the rest of the world. Thank you.
Tasfacho.
Thank you very much, Arkaba. Good morning. Let me first thank the organizers, the center, for inviting me. I'll try to build on what Mavis was talking about, structural transformation. But let's start with good news first. Last 3 decades, we have seen some growth and economic development in Africa. Growth in some cases even double-digit level, as Arkaba will tell you, because he was one of the architects of the economic development in Ethiopia, and there were other countries like Angola as well growing at 11%, 10%, which is really very high. If a country grows at around 7-8% a year for about 10 years, the GDP doubles. So growth is very important. However, despite this growth and economic development, the pace and quality of economic transformation has been limited, as maybe is highlighted. And there are many reasons, and since we don't have much time, I will focus on 2 of them, and they will explain exactly, in my view, why this transformation taking place in Africa has been very limited, and it's very interesting in the initial interactive thing that you highlight. In the interactive thing they did, they highlighted economic diversification, export, employment, infrastructure. That's very interesting. These are very, very critical. So I would argue that the reason why the economic transformation, despite growth, has been limited to two factors. There are many, but let me highlight two. One of them is, I would say, the limited or weak productive capacity development in Africa is one of them. The second one is a failure to achieve improvement in productivity. Now, the first, productive capacity, is important because it determines what African countries are capable of producing, goods and services that they can either consume domestically or export. The second productivity issue is important because it determines the depth and quality of structural transformation. Productivity is very important. Now, let me say something about product capacity. Let me explain what I mean. Product capacities, I would argue, are important. This is something actually at UNCTAD we worked for many years because these are the wide range of technological and production capabilities and competencies ranging from skills, development of private sector, institutions, human capital development, infrastructure development, industrial policy, level of public investment, all this together that a country needs to be able to produce a wide range of goods and services that it can consume domestically or export competitively. At the end of the day, what distinguishes developed from developing countries is the level of development of their productive capacity. If you ask the question, why is it that some countries produce, like Korea, let's take example, they produce and export over 8,900 different products, from simple ones to technologically more sophisticated, high productivity, high value products, wide range of products they produce and export. And let's take another African country, crisis, and recently COVID and what followed. The difference between these two countries is that Korea will be able to export its way out of crisis because they are able to produce a wide range of products that others need, while Angola could come out of crisis only if oil prices goes up. If oil prices stays down, then they have to wait until oil prices go up, and because oil price is not determined by them. And that really defines, in a simple way, for me, what this product capacity is. And having product capacity enables you to do a wide range of things. You can diversify your economy, create well-paying jobs, move into manufacturing, technological learning, and find markets, and produce increasingly more sophisticated products, because what countries produce and export matters very much. Sorry about that. If you are the producer and exporter of commodities, and you're exporter and producer of manufacturing goods, the income you have is different. With manufacturing goods, with industrialization, you can upgrade. You can always do structural transformation, move up the value, the productivity, the technology ladder to be able to earn more. So I think this is very important. And time is not, I can see the time running there, but the lack of product capacity in Africa was glaringly shown or exposed during the COVID. If you remember that there was a panic, many countries needed PPEs, simple products to stop the spread of the virus, like masks, gowns for doctors and so on. And there was a high demand, And countries that have the product capacity to produce them start stopping export because they need them for themselves. The countries in Africa that don't have the capacity to produce these products were in trouble. They can't even import it because countries have imposed restrictions, export restrictions. Even if they can import it, foreign exchange is not there. So I think it's also a wake-up call for many countries in Africa that if you don't do something about your product capacity, your capability to be able to produce a wide range of products that you need to consume and export, you will continue not to achieve much in terms of economic transformation. Now, in terms of the finance, I think the most important source of financing, obviously, is domestic resource mobilization. If you can raise resources domestically that you need for financing, it sorry about that. Yeah, it gives you a lot of policy space. You'll be able to spend your finances in productive sectors, in social and other areas, infrastructure, as you wish, because this is resources you mobilize. When you rely on external financing, it's not that always that easy. So since we don't have time, let's just simply highlight that domestic resource mobilization is absolutely critical. Unfortunately, in many African countries, it has remained very low. I think about 17% or so of GDP is a revenue that governments collect internally, compared to 40%, 30 to 40% in many developed countries, and around 25, 30% as emerging economies. So that's one area. Among very quickly, the external financing, let me highlight two of them. One of them is FDI. Now, we know why countries need FDI. It's very clear. It's assumed that FDI, when you attract it, it comes with technology, it brings capital, it brings knowledge, it employs people, and it creates production capacity. Hopefully also it opens up export markets. Now, but one thing we have to be sure, so there are positive things, I have to emphasize that first. But what I want to say is that I think it's a mistake to assume that the presence of FDI alone is enough to generate all these benefits. It's not automatic. In this case, policy matters. How you engage with FDI matters. What kind of FDI you attract matters. Now, the problem with FDI in Africa, let me mention a couple of them. One of them is that it's concentrated, as Ato Abebe was saying from IMF yesterday, in the extractive sector. Naturally, they want the raw material. What's wrong with that? Well, nothing wrong, because they are extracting these raw materials and exporting it, and hopefully royalties they pay. But generally, they tend to be enclave operations. They just come to extract the raw material and export it, and generally, many studies show you that there are limited linkage. Value addition doesn't take place. If value addition does take place, it means they're not employing a lot of people, and more importantly, structural transformation is not happening. Because it's when they start processing these raw materials that they start introducing technology, technological learning, or the linkages come. So that's one problem. And the second problem, and there are many studies showing this, is that to attract FDI, increasingly countries are giving them generous incentives, 10-year tax exemption, free import of inputs and so on they need. And that's really too generous. It's not unusual to find in some countries multinational corporations come and they operate for 10 years tax-free, and they just scale down their operations after that. In fact, there is one study that I found going back to 2013, in fact, when Arkeba was in government, in Ethiopia, interesting World Bank study. Apparently, the impact of tax holidays and exemptions from import taxes in Ethiopia in 2030, it was estimated as 3 to 5% of GDP. because the incentive is given to multinationals. That is the problem. The third one is something you mentioned, the illicit financial flows. And there are studies by UNCTAD, ECA, UNDP, and of course the Mbeki report as well, highlighting that this type of operations allow for mispricing and misinvoicing of services, and aggressive tax avoidance happens. There are figures like 89 to 90 billion dollars apparently through illicit financial flows. This is a huge amount that Africa needs. I think I'm being told that the time is up, so better stop here. But I think my message simply is that the productive capacity is very, very important. And if countries in Africa do not build their product capacity, structural transformation will not take place. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tess. And one additional message Tesfacho was highlighting was at the center of economic transformation or structural transformation comes productive capability, productive transformation. And I should acknowledge one of the international organizations that had consistently produced reviews and studies for almost 40 years has been UNCTAD. And we are also honored that Richard is here, who has been producing all these trade and development reports. So thank you so much, Mavis and Tess, you have given us light. Now we have a friend from beyond Africa, and Asia has been at the frontier of this, actually a driver of global transformation, now contributing over 60% of global economic growth is driven by Asia. And we are privileged to have Nagesh with us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, RKB. First of all, I must say that it's a privilege to be part of this very important discussion, very important conference, and I'm very impressed with what I have seen in over the past 2 days. The Policy Center, the group of people that are assembled. So for that, and the 10th anniversary, so I want to really congratulate the Policy Center, Dr. Karim, and all of your team for this fabulous achievement. Now, this discussion about the productive capacity and structural transformation, I think this is the crux of economic development that we know. Over time, as countries evolve in their development journey, they need to move forward from low productivity activities to higher and more modern areas of productivity, as both Mavis and Tess were talking about. And that transformation, has been happening in different countries, but in very different contexts and different shapes. Some have gone from agriculture to manufacturing sector, like in East Asian countries, Japan, Korea, Taiwan, China, the latest one, Vietnam is following the same example. And some have moved from agriculture to services, and within services, some more productivity services, some low productivity services. And in that context, I think there are many similarities between India's development trajectory and Africa's development trajectory. And that creates some space for cooperation. So that is what I would, spend my few minutes on, in this session. I think, first of all, we should recognize there are two similarities between African economies and India. Both are passing through what is called as demographic dividend phase or youth bulge phase in their demographic transition. So a lot of youthful workforce is going to come from either countries in South Asia, especially India, and Africa. And that has a very important significance in the context of the rest of the world aging very fast. Japan is an aged society, Korea is aged society, China is aging very fast, so much so that the population is shrinking. And Europe much of Europe is in aged society. North America is also getting into the aging syndrome. So where will the workers come from? The workers of future will come from these two regions, and that is a very important point. However, I must also be quick to point out that demographic transition and it becoming a dividend, it becomes a dividend only when we invest in our youth. And there is another context, which is the new technology revolution, the AI-driven or the digital revolution or Industry 4.0, which is changing the nature of work. So a lot of people talk about the disruption it will have in the jobs market. And so people are worried about losing jobs. But there are many studies, including one by McKinsey's, which shows that this revolution is going to, of course, replace number of traditional routine kind of jobs, but it will create any in terms, there will not be a disruption or loss of jobs, but maybe some addition, but different kinds of jobs. So there will be a huge demand of people who can do this coding and artificial intelligence, machine learning kind of. And these people, because rest of the world is aging very quickly, where will they come from? They will come from these regions. If we can invest into building and creating new engineers who are trained in coding, then we could supply all of these people and the job market disruption can be minimized. So this is one area where I think India and Africa can work together. India is also trying to help in building human resources and especially those trained in technology. What made India an IT superpower is that we had a clutch of institutions called IITs, Indian Institutes of Technology. And they have a very rigorous process of entry, but once you enter there, they are trained into finest engineers. Now, so practically any of the top, IT professionals, anywhere one of these IITs. And the IITs have begun to kind of look at other countries to help them out. So for instance, IIT Madras or IIT Chennai has set up a campus in Zanzibar for helping the African countries as a part of India-Africa economic cooperation. And so I think there should be more such things happening. With IITs setting up, campuses, and African students going to Indian IITs and other institutions to get trained into these new technologies, and then the future belongs to us. The other similarities and contrasts that come to mind is that both India and Africa moved from agriculture to services, bypassing the manufacturing sector. And this is where, again, there are a lot of opportunities of catching up with the potential of manufacturing, which is important for creating jobs. And there, I think, there was a time when industrial policy was frowned upon, was becoming a very bad word. But now, in the past few years, some of the biggest champions of free trade, like United States, are pursuing industrial policy with such a vigorous and aggressive manner with CHIPS Act, Inflation Reduction Act, and also $1.2 trillion of subsidies and tax breaks are being offered by United States government, which was the champion of free trade, free markets. And then this Washington Consensus, which was used to refer to liberalization, reforms, and all of that, is now used to refer to industrial policy. New Washington Consensus is about industrial policy. So I think this is a new era of building productive capacities and catching up with manufacturing sector. And fortunately, there is a new set of industries on the horizon we can leapfrog into, both India and African countries. For instance, the green industries. Green industrialization is something we can work together into. You have a lot of sunshine. Again, India is also trying to put a lot of resources into solar renewable energy, and there is International Solar Alliance built together or created together as an international organization by India and France, and that is helping developing countries, including in Africa, to harness their solar energy potential. There are many other industries which can leverage Africa's endowments of critical minerals, for instance, for building batteries and electric vehicles and all that. So there are immense possibilities now to catch up with potential of manufacturing for creating decent jobs, and potential of high productivity IT services, AI, ML, and all that. And I think South-South cooperation between countries in South, in Asia and Africa, working together to harness their potential would be very important going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nagesh. And I will invite the panelists to intervene for 2 minutes precisely. What policies and initiatives can be implemented to enhance governance and maximize the role of finance in addressing African development challenge? And I will each of you invite to share with us specific insights in 2, maximum 3 minutes. And before that, let's go to the interactive session. And each one of you, you may look at your smartphone, and the question for you will be, given Africa's financial resource limits, which financing source must play the primary role? Let's see the result. It's not showing? Okay. Is it showing? There are choices proposed where you can now question number 2. Question number 2 highlights the options: A, domestic resources and local development loans; B, productive FDI; C, multilateral concessional loans and ODA; D, bilateral concessional loans; E, remittance from citizens; F, external commercial loans. Unfortunately, the system doesn't allow 2 or 3. Ideally, we had wanted each one suggests 3, but I think you can choose one. Not coming? Okay, then let's move to, if it comes, then you can fill. And now let me give the floor to Mavis. It's okay. You may start to give him more time to think, Tess and Nagesh.
So very quickly, the first one is really agree a set of regional value chains that we are going to invest in, ensure that there's continuity of implementation. The stop-start is costing us too much money. The second one is around accountability. We need data to measure progress. What isn't measured isn't done. So we really need robust data to measure progress towards economic transformation. And the final one is we are a continent, but we live in a world. And I fundamentally believe that we need a much stronger and robust voice and vote for Africa in the global financial system. Not just a voice, but a vote. So about quotas, etc., so that what is being negotiated does benefit us.
Yeah. Can I continue? Okay. I think the results have come now. So obviously, what is it? 75% domestic resource. I think that's, in my view, the right way. As I was saying early on, if you raise resources domestically, then it gives you a lot of fiscal space and policy space, which means you can spend more on the productive capacity building that I was talking about. Why? Because ODA tends to go to the social sector. This has been the pattern because donors determine where the ODA should go. Usually, I think it's around 70 or so +% of ODA goes mainly to the social sector, which is okay. I mean, developing education and health and humanitarian type of support is also needed. But the finance needed to develop your production capability, product capacity has to come from somewhere. So most of the domestic resource mobilization should be directed to building product capacity. This is one recommendation. We've been asked to suggest 3. On FDI, of course, countries cannot afford not to attract FDI. So the problem is not FDI. The problem is what it does once it's in your country. Therefore, in that respect, I think it's important as a recommendation to strengthen the transfer pricing regulations. This has been talked about a lot, but very little has been done. And reviewing also, as I say, these very generous tax incentives and clamping down on illicit financial flows, which I believe is going to be discussed this afternoon, which is a very important point. My third area is a debt issue. And
we only have 1 minute for you.
Okay. So I finish?
Please continue, half a minute.
No, I was saying, say that the same with debt, which is really heavy now in African countries. The problem is not borrowing, the problem is what you do with the money. So I would say that a lot of the debt should go to product capacity, so that generates capability for countries to pay back their debt. Thank you.
Nagesh, in 2 minutes.
I take from where Tess left. I think issue of financing is very important, clearly. And Africa and other low-income countries need a lot of external finance also, on top of whatever can be mobilized within the countries. And in that context, in the Indian presidency of G20, an independent expert group co-chaired by Larry Summers of United States and N.K. Singh of India was set up, of which Ms. Vera Songwe was a member, Nick Stern was a member, many other very distinguished people were members. They have come up with 2 sets of reports, and one of in their key recommendation is that MDBs need to be reformed to have 3 times lending as they do now. Because the context was that poorer a country and the greatest need of a poorer country, the private flows that go to them, their terms are more onerous than those that go to more richer countries. So the countries which need these resources most are less likely to get them on the right terms. So in that context, expanding the capacity of MDBs, the multilateral development banks, African Development Bank or World Bank and all others needs to be expanded, which allows for expanded flow of resources to countries in African continent and other low-income countries. I also agree with the tests on FDI. It is not enough to get FDI, but higher quality of FDI. So I stop. I think that is a very important point. So we should not just look at more FDI, but quality of FDI through some incentives, directing it to manufacturing capability building or services capability building. Thank you.
Yeah, it's unfair that our session is limited to 1 hour and 15 minutes. So we'd have learned a lot of insights from our panelists. Let's go back to the interactive. Let's look at the result. The question number 2. Great. So let me give you one data of 2022. This data shows that revenue as source of financing in Africa was 73%. Remittance was 12%. ODA was 10%. FDI was 5%. On the FDI side, Africa's accounts only attracted 3.3% of global FDI. And if we may continue before going to Q&A to the last interactive, the question is, how should productive transformation policies and macroeconomic, let's move to the next question, interactive, the last one. Yeah. And how should productive transformation policies and macroeconomic policies work to produce the desired structural transformation, which is the central part of the theme of this year. So there are 3 options. Great. Now we can open for Q&A. We have about 30 minutes maximum. Richard.
Thank you. Excellent panel. A couple of questions, really. You've all drawn a parallel with Asian success, but particularly East Asian success. When we did the research on the East Asian miracle, one of the major sources of domestic resource mobilization that none of you have talked about is profits. Because the success of East Asia was partly the fact that it not only had a high share of profits as part of income, but those profits were reinvested significantly. That was not a market story. It required an active state, a disciplining state, or a developmental state, what Alice Amsden a long time ago called reciprocal control mechanisms, as a necessary part of the toolkit available to policymakers to be able to ensure a kind of virtuous circle between high profits, investment, productivity growth, expanding markets. I don't see a lot of that in Africa. And I'd just like you to reflect on why that kind of virtuous circle has not emerged as part of the domestic resource mobilization story. Second of all, not unrelated, well, what's the role of the WTO in your story? A lot of African policymakers have complained that the WTO has cut down on policy space. I think it's true. The WTO is now defunct, effectively. The US has killed the WTO as a disciplining institution, if you so wish. What are the opportunities, including through industrial policy, because the Americans couldn't have undertaken their industrial policy under existing WTO rules? What's the opportunities that are available to African policymakers as a consequence of the WTO no longer having the same disciplining impact that it did for the last 25 years? Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. I would suggest let's take 2-3 more questions, and then the panelists can choose which questions they will be picking. Yeah, Christophe.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. 2 questions. The first one on FDI, how to make it productive for the country. So typically for, you mentioned tax holidays, could be in special economic zone with special tax regime, a special legal system, which make it very difficult for the local business to participate, to be integrated, to even compete. So how to make sure that FDI doesn't go to a bubble and actually a hermetic bubble, and actually there are some spillover for the local economy. And the second question would be for the opportunity in trade and services, what can African policymakers ensure that African country will benefit from the expected growth in trade and services? Thank you.
Questions? Yeah.
Thank you, and thanks to the panel. It was really incredibly interesting to listen to you. I have a question which may be niche, but which I think is quite fundamental, which is something that Mavis mentioned about the governance of global finance. And I will give you an example. The regulation of Basel, the regulation of much of the insurance sector, the regulation of the is just less than 2% actually are allocated to projects in emerging markets, much less Africa, et cetera, et cetera. The question is, why is this happening? Why is global regulation not taking into account the voices, the interests of developing countries, generally in Africa in particular, and what can be done about that? And a sort of associated issue on another aspect of global finance is, why don't we see more sustained efforts to change voting powers in the global financial institutions like the IMF and the World Bank? It's a very, very slow process, but there isn't that much oomph behind it. I don't see the Brazilian G20, for instance, pushing this point. I didn't see the Indian G20 chair pushing the global governance point in the way that I would have expected them to.
Thank you, Hans-Peter. Are there students from Mohammed VI Polytechnic University? I would give them priority if they are. Okay, and women participants, you are also invited. Great. Let me give. Yeah, you. Yeah. Did you raise your hand? Yeah, please.
Thank you. Yes, a question also on kind of how to export dynamics. I think one part of the East Asian success was also the exchange rate policy, stable exchange rates, often maybe undervalued or fair value. There's a lot of difficulties to have that in many African countries and to devalue because it's inflationary, because it can create pressures on foreign debt. So what would be your advice on this to trigger structural transformation?
Okay, final question.
Thank you very much for the very interesting presentations. And I'm very happy that you talked at a certain point about the value chains and the regional value chains in Africa. In the African Agriculture Trade Monitor that we work on, every year we focus on a specific value chain. And I agree with you that it was very surprising that most of the products are exported unprocessed and then we import them processed on the one hand, in addition to the inputs that are imported from non-African countries, despite the fact that we can have some complementarity at the regional level. And I think there are two main issues, and I just want to have your input on that. First, I think there is an issue related to connectivity and logistics, because, for instance, it's easier to export or to import between, I don't know, Zimbabwe and France than between Zimbabwe and Tunisia, for instance. On the one hand, and on the other, the issue of, I agree also with my colleague who talked about trade and services, to what extent services also, they matter for the regional value chains of both the agriculture and the industrial sector. Because we know with the servicification of the industrial sector and the manufacturing sector in general, such services might be also relevant and valid for the agriculture sector. So what, from your perspective, what would be first the role of international organizations in terms of those that can invest or those that can govern in general these two issues, and especially to what extent it's important also to focus on the financing of infrastructure to improve the logistics within Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Some are contribution and some are questions. The panelists, you can pick the questions you would like to respond. So let me start with Tess. Yeah, just the questions you want to pick.
Okay. Thank you very much. These are all excellent questions. Very quickly, may go some of them, and the others will be answered by the panelists. Richard was mentioning the profit investment nexus. Of course, in Asia, that was absolutely critical. It was influenced by policy, as he was rightly saying, government policy, which basically means that many companies reinvested their profit into their company for expansion within the same area or sector or another sectors. And this was a very important source of financing in the East Asian economies. And the policy, again, mattered. That was very important. Now, it's not happening in Africa because a lot of the FDI that comes, as you know, FDI doesn't come to developed countries. FDI comes for profit, for business. And one of the deals they have to make is that whenever they wish to, the profit has to be repatriated. I guess companies coming from abroad also, they have their own shareholders, they're accountable. In fact, now, a lot of the debt many African countries have, a significant proportion of that external debt is actually financed to be repatriated as profit from companies, but countries cannot provide the foreign exchange, so it's counted as debt. I know for sure, for example, in my own country, Ethiopia, they have about 28 billion now external debt. And some proportion of it, 7+ billion of it, is apparently debt occurred to companies operating in the country that wish to repatriate their profits, but couldn't because the country doesn't have foreign exchange, and they're waiting until enough foreign exchange is obtained for them to expatriate. So the opposite is happening, in other words, Richard, which is really very sad because saving rate is already low, and if companies are not investing their profit, then where is it going to come, the additional investment? On the WTO issue, Richard, you're right. Whatever the WTO did was to narrow the policy space, like, for example, local contact requirements is not allowed, so you cannot ask companies to source locally, because that's now banned by WTO. The subsidy on agriculture and also related to intellectual property rights, very restrictive TRIPS agreement that limits policy space. However, in Africa, out of the 54 countries, 33 of them are least developed countries. This is a UN category. If you are not familiar with it, There are 45 least developed countries in the world, 33 of them are in Africa. Now, these least developed countries are not subject to WTO restrictions. They have a waiver. And yet, they are not able to use that policy space. Again, I go back to what I was talking about, because they have limited product capacity. LDCs can export duty-free any products they can produce, but except Bangladesh and maybe Laos and one or two other countries like Cambodia, most African countries are not using it, the duty-free, quota-free market access, because they don't have many products they produce. So we go back to the productive capacity issue. Ability to produce goods and services is very, very important. And that also, I guess, linked to the trade and services issue. Let me very quickly. Now the AFCFTA, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, has just come up with a digital trade, a protocol that focuses on digitally deliver services, which is opening markets within Africa. Unfortunately, in Africa, it's very, very low. I think about $33 billion export in services so far. And 3 countries dominated: Morocco, Ghana, and the third one is South Africa. 50% of it is from these countries. Other countries still developing. Services generally is a large proportion of their domestic output in many countries. Some countries up to 57% is services, and others on average about 40 to 50%. However, in terms of global export, it's less than 1%. In fact, 0.9% of global export in services come from Africa. Why? Because a lot of services is non-tradable. Low value, low productivity services, hotels, restaurants, and hairdressers, and so on. It's that kind of activity. The tradable type, high value, more sophisticated services haven't developed yet. They're beginning to develop. That's the problem. I don't want to take a lot of time for the others to share. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. No, I also like to begin with Richard's questions. You were right, in East Asia, the redeployment of profits has been a very important factor. And I see that happening also in some of the companies which invested in other countries, like Suzuki Motors in India, has built up a huge capital base by redeploying their profits. So Japanese have brought this practice from Japan to even India. And I think this is a very good model for any developing country to build up the productive capacity by reinvesting. And maybe governments can offer some incentives, tax breaks for redeployment of profits. Your second point about WTO regulatory framework getting into kind of a defunct mode with the appellate body not being provided or functioning. I think this is something of an opportunity for developing countries that want to use the policy space that was taken away, especially in TRIMS agreement, the local content requirements and all. What comes to my mind is that in 2014-15, when India tried to use local content requirements on solar panel manufacturing, we were taken to the dispute settlement board by some countries which are now aggressively using these same in IRA. US is using domestic content requirements. So it's a very good time to retrieve that and use that policy space which was lost in the Uruguay round. And because until this appellate body reform happens, you can repeal, you can appeal to that, but it will be appeal in devoid or something. So it should be made use of. The point about FDI and whether it will create bubbles, I think FDI, unlike the short-term capital flows or portfolio flows, is of a longer term nature. And so it comes and stays there, helps in building capacity. But the concern that we were expressing in this panel was that many of these FDIs come for just extractive purposes, taking the resources, mine them, and take it away. So the idea is that host governments to incentivize the value addition in the country rather than just minerals being sucked out. And that is where the creative policy solutions, incentives based on value addition would be very helpful. And my final point is about your question, sir, about the credit rating and the reform of multilateral development banks going very slowly. It is indeed because of resistance of some of the larger shareholders to give up the power, the veto powers that they hold. And so it has to be, going like this. But I think the important thing is that the process which started in Indian presidency of G20 with this report, of which one co-chair was from United States, is on the table. And for next 2 years, this year and next year, G20 presidency will still be with the South. So Brazil has an opportunity to push the reform agenda which has been tabled in that report. Unfortunately, the second part of the report came after the summit happened. So it could not be really addressed by the last summit of G20. But this year, Brazil and next year, South Africa have the opportunity to push the reform which is on the table in a very forceful manner. And this is the kind of opportunity that successively 3 developing countries, or actually 4 from Indonesia onwards, chairing the G20, an influential forum on global reforms of financial architecture. This kind of opportunity will not present itself for next 20 years. So we should really make use of it. Thank you.
So very quickly, 3 points. On the FDI in a bubble point, I think the fundamental challenge here we have is a lack of progression of policy. So a lot of the policies and systems that were put in place and infrastructure, putting FDI in bubbles, were put there because African countries did not have the policy frameworks, the infrastructure frameworks, etc., to attract FDI. Africa has moved on, but the policies have not changed. So I think that's where we are stuck at the moment. On the point around, Hans-Peter, your question around global financial architecture and why we are stuck, I think we are stuck for 3 reasons. Reason number 1 is domestic. As a region, we are not always united in our ask. And unless we stay united in our ask, we will always be played against each other. The stop-start will happen. And I think that's number 1. We've got to keep the momentum on our 5 asks, and we shouldn't relax when we see a little bit of progress in SDRs, a seat at the IMF, some tweaking at the bank. We shouldn't just comfortable. We should just keep pushing. So that's the first one. The second thing is that we are caught in geopolitics. We all know about the quota system. For us to get another seat, US has to give. If US gives, China gains, okay? Neither US or China are against us having a seat. But the problem is nobody's willing to make that first move to give us that additional. So these are some of we are caught in between, and this is where how we navigate our space in the G20 becomes really important. And the third one is actually, I would say, us as global citizens and think tanks and civil society players. We jump on these bandwagons. And right now the big thing is IDA. And IDA will finish, and then the next big thing will be the ADF. And then that will finish, and then we'll go to the next big thing. We don't have a long-term clear plan that we are aligned behind, that we are pushing for, and I think that's why this stop-start, because it will be a real shame if after India and South Africa, we get to and not so great next G20, which will remain nameless, and we don't pick it up when the opportunity arises again. And then your point on the regional value chains, I agree with you. Infrastructure is critical. Infrastructure on the continent remains outward-looking and insufficiently connected. We talk about connectivity, but we don't have the money to do it effectively. So for me, one of the things we are pushing at ASET is if we pick value chains and we build connectivity around those value chains, there will be spillover effect. And as we make profits and we make money, we expand, etc. We can't do everything. So we need to do more analysis, acknowledging that there'll be winners and losers, but the losers will benefit at some stage, and we need to demonstrate that. That's the only way in which I think countries are going to agree. And very finally, is I fully agree with you on services. I think it was you that said that we have shifted from agriculture to low service industries. I get very frustrated every time a president or a minister of finance stands up and says that, oh, it's brilliant, we now have 90-something internet coverage. And then you look at what percentage is actually being used for productive use, it's less than 13%. Our service sector is not adding value to the real economy. So until we can do that, I agree with you, we will struggle. And before I hand over back to Akebe, please, please, please come and try the chocolate before you go. There's lots for everyone.
Is it enough, the chocolate?
Oh yeah, the bars are big.
Okay, thank you so much. And we are just on time. And I feel if we go back to the interactive charts, the final one. Yeah, this really shows a common consensus evolving. And as you could see, it highlights the need for focusing on productive transformation and also maximizing complementarity. Macroeconomy cannot ignore it. It's absolutely essential. But the way they are connected is absolutely important. So to highlight the three takeaways from my perspective and what we learned from our panelists, distinguished panelists, is the need to focus on productive transformation, specifically on promoting productive capacity, export capability, and economic diversification. And when we say productive capability, we are not only looking manufacturing. Manufacturing is important, but we also need to work on agriculture, transformation of agriculture, and high-value tradable services. And one important example in this is Morocco. Morocco's automotive industry is exemplar where many African countries can learn. It has boosted its export capability. Its local value addition has increased over 60%, and it has created jobs. And the issue will be how can we multiply and replicate such processes. On the financial resources, I want to highlight the consensus emerging, the need to focus on domestic resources. But domestic resources to play important role, the pie has to be bigger. You cannot milk taxes from people who are barely surviving to support their family. It means we need higher growth, the growth like the Asian countries. So high growth is absolutely important if we want to increase domestic resources. I prefer to combine remittance with domestic resources. Then we also need to see productive investment is going to be critical, as we have seen the automotive industry in Morocco. And the issue is how do we create ecosystem? How do we create the environment to attract and also to promote this productive investment? Lending is not bad, we have to understand. The global lending in total is 300% of global GDP. And even the public lending globally is 100% of existing GDP, close to 100 trillion. So lending is not bad, but lending is bad when there is no growth, when there is no export, when there is no potential for exchange, because to support high growth, you need to also increase financing resources. And this is what we have learned, but we must highlight and we must fight that the international governance system is transformed, not just reformed, but transformed, because the current system undermines developing countries, weakens Africa and other developing countries. Thank you so much, everyone. Organizers, any announcement?
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a 15-minute coffee break.
And now, please welcome to the stage the speakers for this session. Tayo Adolojo, Chief Executive Officer, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. Mamadou Biteye, Executive Secretary, African Capacity Building Foundation. Idris Al-Abbasi, Professor, Mohammed V University. Rose Ngugi, Executive Director, Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis. And Sampawande Tabsoba, Deputy Chief Economist, African Export-Import Bank. Before giving the floor to the chair of this session, we will view a short introductory video for the panel.
Unlocking Africa's domestic financial potential requires a multifaceted approach, including strengthening the banking sector and local financial markets to mobilize private savings for productive investments. Simultaneously, reforming public finance can play a pivotal role in expanding fiscal space and fostering an environment conducive to sustainable growth. Vigilant monitoring of tax fraud and illicit financial flows is essential to safeguarding revenue streams and ensuring transparency. Moreover, leveraging public-private partnerships within a robust regulatory framework can facilitate infrastructure development and spur economic progress. Finally, Maximizing the financial potential of sovereign wealth funds presents a significant opportunity for funding development initiatives and enhancing long-term economic resilience. How can African nations strengthen their banking sectors and local financial markets to mobilize private savings for productive investments? How can public finance reforms be tailored to create more fiscal space and ensure efficient reallocation of public resources? What collaborative efforts are needed to enhance Africa's government's capacity to monitor tax fraud and illicit financial flows, ensuring transparency and accountability in financial transactions?
Abdelaziz Aid Ali, the floor is yours.
So thank you and welcome. I'm Abdelaziz Aid Ali, economist and head of the Economic Research Department at the Policy Center, the New South, and I'm really glad and honored to moderate this session on this very timely issue, which is related to the potential of tapping into domestic resources to fund development in Africa. So let me frame a little bit the topic. So as you know, Africa has been prone historically, and it's still the case, to financial distress with numerous episodes of instability, compromising its way to development. And most of those crises has been related to the over-reliance on external funding, especially foreign borrowing. It's also true that international investors, bilateral funders, and private equity in general has been reluctant to engage with Africa, and this has been said along these 2 days due to several reasons. Regulation, risk perceptions, and others. So Africa has been struggling actually to mobilize sustainable resources, and domestic ones can be considered as one of them. And it's even more relevant today, as Africa on one front should catch up when it comes to funding basic, I would say, infrastructure, roads, hospitals, and energy access, but at the same time fund the different transitions that we are going through, either energy transition or technological transition. So the challenge is actually huge and immense. But everyone is aware also that reforming the system at the domestic level is extremely difficult in order to move to this financial system which is optimal. As you know, in Africa, there are several constraints. For example, we know that our tax to GDP ratio is low by any standards. It hovers around 15%. The banking sector, according to some analysts, do not play the role that it should. When it does, it dedicates most or large share of its resources to funding the fiscal deficit. So there are risk of crowding out the private sector. And it is also known that the saving rates in Africa are quite low. So the challenges are immense, and at the same time, policymakers are in a very difficult position because they have to strike this delicate balance between optimizing the domestic resource mobilization without at the same time overburdening economic agents. We all know how unpopular some reforms are in our continent, especially when it comes to revisiting our tax policy. So the issues are extremely diverse and in some cases overlapping, but always, I would say, with the economic political dimension. This is why we have a diverse set of eminent experts to shed light on these issues. We have Mr. Tayo Adoluju, who is Chief Executive Officer at the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, that I welcome. Mr. Mamadou Betey, who is Executive Secretary at the African Capacity Building Foundation. Mr. Idris Labasi, who is Professor at the Mohammed V University. Ms. Rose Ngugi, who is Executive Director at the Kenyan Institute for Public Research and Analysis. And last but not least, Mr. Sampawende Tabsoba, who is Deputy Chief Economist at the African Export-Import Bank. For an extensive version of the biographies, please do not hesitate to check our app. And before giving the floor to our panelists, let me just ping our audience. I will ask you all to take your phones and give your thoughts on the role of the domestic financial resource, or if there is any case, to put it simply, for Africa actually to prioritize the domestic funding at the expense of the external funding within the context that we all know. So please, So we have a kind of divided opinions on the topics. So people tend to agree that domestic resources are much more important, and the government and policymakers should do some kind of prioritization, but at the same time, a large share still think that this is a case by case. It depends on the cycle, on idiosyncratic factors related to the country. So opinions at the end are divided on this issue. So without any further ado, I will give the floor to our first panelist, Mr. Tayo Adolujo. So, Mr. Adolujo, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think the conversation this afternoon is crucial, and I would like to intervene in 5 areas and 5 key points. The first is the question of the political will for domestic resource mobilization, because I think the broad theory of change about it is kind of well understood. The second is, once we agree that we have mobilized the right amount of political will, what strategies are countries deploying to set up the DRM system that is unique to their specific needs and their own trajectory of growth. The third is then how the DRM system engages the critical stakeholders, taxpayers, private sector, mostly international investment, and institutions within the country that must work together to move stakeholders along the economic transformation trajectory. The fourth is ethos. DRMs work when the character of the reforms that drive them are exemplified by the institutions that are meant to lead. And the last is maybe potentially where the future can go. So let's start with the first one. Now, political will tends to be a very evasive concept, but it would be nice to put some meat behind it. DRM political will in Africa remains low. And the reason is it has been easier to do extractive type external revenue generation than focus on the hard work of building tax systems and financing systems in the banking sector that works for our people. And this requires a change in political motivation based on, I think, earlier sessions where the economic growth trajectory and ambitions of our country need to go. Unfortunately, short-termism, especially in the political cycles, means that politicians are solving for the easiest solutions in the short term. And this hard work of building resilient systems, for example, tax systems. You mentioned across the continent we're at 16.5% tax revenue to GDP, lowest even among low-income countries from other regions. A big part of that is the system has been designed or has not been designed to win. Huge leaks and leakages through different forms of misinvoicing, on-invoicing, etc., and corruption. Poor systems capacity for compliance and audits, and a low taxpayer morale. Now, when you look at taxpayer morale, the studies are very clear. AFDB's study on tax morale to perception of political corruption shows that Africans in 36 countries basically have the same behavior. If they view their governments as corrupt, they want to pay less taxes, and they're unwilling to do so. 75% of them are unwilling to do so. Then you look at tax morale, right, to the efficiency of the system. Okay, a different study by the African Tax Research Network shows that I'm also unwilling as an African to pay for a very complex system that is inefficient and wastes my time. So there's a lot of work to just do in improving tax morale, for example, and there's a lot of political will needed to do so. Then comes the question of DRM strategy. What strategy will you run in your country? Is it more important to expand the tax net and raise the tax rate? Is it more important to expand the tax base and keep the tax rate fixed. These conversations, there's not a one-size-fits-all, but there are some equations to think about. The higher the distrust in the tax system, the lower the tough reforms you can do, the less likelihood in Africa you will get a pushback in terms of raising tax rates. Now, when you shift the amount of private capital from our countries that leave our countries for elsewhere in Africa or elsewhere in the world, they are of two types, of course. Illicit financial flows, which I won't jump into, but there is legitimate capital leaving our countries for elsewhere. And here is the challenge. There are no well-defined tax incentives at scale that keeps capital in our countries, that allows the private sector to reinvest. And I think there was a big question this morning as to why on earth our private sector, African private sector companies not reinvesting in their own economies. A big part of that is misplaced incentives or pervasive incentives in the wrong direction. We just finished a review a couple of two or 3 years ago of pervasive tax incentives in Nigeria. In our estimation, 75% of the incentives were misaligned from economic growth. That doesn't help, right? Especially if you're trying to keep capital in your country. And this is then tied to ethos. And the big question with ethos is twofold. To the degree to which I do not trust the system to be responsible and responsive to the markets in a way that is effective, to that degree, if I'm a private sector entity, I won't keep my capital there, and if I'm a taxpayer, I won't pay taxes. And this kind of brings us to the last broad conversation as to how do governments and policymakers communicate a clear set of outcomes, for example, tax incentives that work and those that don't. And it normally comes down to a question of data. You hear questions like bring informal sector into the tax net. What's the size of the informal sector? Then you go into a guesswork. Then you ask a question, for example, of give them tax incentives and tax breaks. And you ask for what, how much, what do we get back, how long does it take for the tax breaks to translate into growth? 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, and you're short of data. The paucity of data when it comes to these big issues makes policy making on domestic resource mobilization tricky. The last is the transition on trajectory. The type of finance needed across most of our economies vary. We need tier one type finances, the type that work with microcredits, small businesses, informal sector, etc. And we need it connected in such a way that they migrate in a way for growth. There are many development finance institutions that could do better. But the fact is that most financial system strategy at the national level remains fragmented and broken, and that also requires political will. So let me stop there, but thank you for making time for me to make these initial comments.
So thank you so much, Mr. Aduloju. So I'll keep in mind the issue of the political economy. We will move now to our next speaker, Mr. Mamadou Bete, so the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. And first of all, thank you to the Policy Center of the New South for giving us, for the invitation for this very important forum, which has been extremely insightful since yesterday. We really appreciate the opportunity to contribute. On this question of mobilizing domestic resource mobilization, actually the previous speaker mentioned illicit financial flows, which I want to spend my minutes on, particularly looking at it from a capacity point of view as ACBF. And the reason being the significance of the issue. It's known that tax abuse and illicit financial flows actually cost a lot to countries, globally estimated between $100 and $600 billion annually. And for Africa alone, it is estimated to be $50 billion every year. And this issue is actually being intensifying and combining year after year. So research has shown that between 1970 and 2015, about $1.4 trillion have left the continent. And this surpasses the total aid received by Africa during the same period. Then you can see actually why this is important. We've seen also that since the establishment of the high-level panel to report on illicit financial flows from Africa in 2011, we've seen a development of mechanisms actually in countries to try to curb it, but the outcome is very uneven from country to country. ACBF has conducted several research to try to understand this phenomenon and how to address it. So from the various studies that we have conducted, actually we find that weak international, regional, and national capacities impede these efforts to curb the IFFs. Through the country case studies that we have had, the lack of appropriate capacity to ensure the illicit financial outflows are curtailed is what we are seeing as cross-cutting. But it's important to understand the context of these capacity challenges. You can really put them into three categories. The first one being the soft and society level capacity challenges. For that, you can talk about the lack of demonstration of understanding of the development issues and the key role that the fiscal policy gaps play. But also you can look at lack of awareness and poor understanding of the importance of taxation and IFF's illicit financial flows, societal norms, ethics, values, and practices conducive to combating these, but also weak operational capacities. Corruption also at the top of government officials is one of the challenges. Second bucket, you can look at the institutional and regulatory capacity. So the difficulty to design, implement, and monitor and evaluate policy regulations that curb these IFFs is one of the examples. Weak organization and appropriate legal regulatory frameworks. But also the third bucket you can look at is the human capacity. So really limited skills where actually we need more formation of specialists, skilled experts, including lawyers, accountants, experts, tax experts, law enforcement, etc. So there is a lot that we can do there. So you will see that then really what could be done to reinforce the monitoring and evaluation of that and trying to curb that would take different levels. One is at the domestic level, where we think that strengthening of institutional capacities is extremely, extremely important. So what is cross-cutting is particularly the capacities of institutions in charge of monitoring that, the revenue administration, the oversight institutions, the judiciary, and a holistic approach we believe should be undertaken across these institutions and many other actors in the PFM system and others actually to address that. So we need also change and transformative capacities because many policies actually enacted, but in their implementation and the coordination at different level also is, changing, putting that change in place, particularly mindset change, is also another area where there is an opportunity to act. There is something that we call composite capacity, which is really around strategic planning, critical strategic thinking, results-based management, and process facilitation, organizational skills, which seem to be basic, but extremely important, and actually where we see also some of those challenges. and the technical and sector-specific skills as well. And finally, I think that robust legislative and regulatory frameworks are extremely also important. This morning there was the previous panel, we talked about really the weakness of regulatory capacity to protect capital. That is also something that is extremely important. And to address that, for instance, ACBF in partnership with others actually has instituted the African School of Regulation, which is really around building that capacity to do that. Interagency collaboration is also one of the challenges, where individual institutions devising new approaches and facilitating illicit financial flows. So collaboration between those institutions actually is not always where it should be, and there is an opportunity to do that. And finally, transparency, which is key, which needs to be actually enhanced through better reporting and accountability. So we believe that it's a huge lost opportunity in that, and perhaps some of these changes that we are talking about can help harness that. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Mamadou, for pointing out how complex the issue it is, and the comprehensive approach that needs in order to tap into these resources and make sure that they play their role in funding development in Africa. So now we'll move to our third panelist, Mr. Idris Al-Abbasi, who is professor at Mohammed V University. So, Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends. It's a privilege to join you at this second edition of the Africa Economic Symposium. And I'm glad to participate and to be with you today in today's discussion about how to unlock domestic financial potential, which is, without a doubt, a topic of critical importance as we seek to foster Africa's economic transformation through innovative financing. As such, my short presentation, and hopefully the discussion that will ensue, tries to address three different avenues of research and/or recommendations looking to help towards unlocking Africa's domestic financial potential. I have done this sticking to the concept note that we have received from the organizers. This morning I have attended a session that dealt with development finance, and there are some interrelated issues that have already been discussed in this parallel session. I'll go back to it in a few seconds. Let me start with the context and the challenges that are important to be discussing with regard to this topic. I mean, and it's no surprise to anyone here, that African economies are navigating right now a complex macroeconomic landscape characterized by persistent inflation, rising debt levels, limited access to financial markets, inequalities, tax fraud, illicit financial outflows, and heightened geopolitical tensions, which are important in this. These factors collectively constrain policy options and demand innovative fiscal strategies. Alongside these macroeconomic challenges, there is an urgent need to address the financial resource gap essential to meeting the continent's diverse development needs. African countries will have to carry out substantial investments in physical infrastructure, education, healthcare, and so on. And in the context of squeezed and stretched public finance, success will depend crucially on their ability to mobilize local, more financing. Public resources are limited compared to the scale of the development needs. Let me just give, with regard to this context and challenges, some quick numbers. to illustrate Africa's needs in terms of financing. Some studies that have been done, Gaspar in 2019, and the same study has been done after the COVID-19 also. On an annual basis, and on average, Africa needs, only in the sub-Saharan region, around $3 trillion on an annual basis. On average also, in the sub-Saharan region, additional expenditure, I'm talking about additional expenditures, would account on average for 20% of GDP. So we have to search for 20% more public financing. In fact, there are two ways, as you all know, to seek those funds: international financing or domestic financing. However, and as we have been discussed, yesterday and today, resorting to international finance entails a number of risks. Basically, the burden of debt, high exchange risks, and perhaps, and most importantly, geopolitical implications it bears for those countries. Which means that the responsibility to generate additional resources for development lies first with African countries themselves. And as such, the session that we are dealing with deals with domestic financing. The concept notes that we have received has outlined a number of issues that we need to be discussing. And in the introduction that has been made by Mr. the President, Eiteli, he has also outlined a number of questions that were raised. And they have suggested to us that we discuss these from the standpoint of actionable suggestions or key points. So there are three actionable recommendations with regard to this picture that I have given right now. I would like to suggest three avenues. One, strengthening the banking sector and local/regional financial markets. This is the first, maybe, solution to what we need. Why is this? We know that domestic financial markets, including stock markets in the regions that we are in, are small, underdeveloped. They are dominated by maybe 1, 2, 3 stock markets that account for more than 90%, the South African one, Egyptian one a little bit. Liquidity is low, and small trading sizes are common, far smaller than many funds' minimum trading size, which is a limiting constraint for many investors looking for alternative markets to invest. This is one of the issues that needs to be raised. Failure, and it has been discussed by my colleagues, to enforce legal and regulatory rights of shareholders can also compound the risk of existing, I'm talking about these markets. So despite some of improvements over the years, the last years, we still have challenging efforts to have with regard to regulatory and legal frameworks. The second issue with regard to strengthening the banking sector and local and regional financial markets, we know that we have very small abilities to mobilize savings. And one of the issues that may help us mobilize a little bit savings and channel it to productive and so on sectors, we are talking about remittances. A lot of studies, they have found that remittances, they have positive effects on development outcomes. We know also that these are external funds. However, the issue that we have is how can we channel these funds to enhance and contribute to the financial sector. I am trying to find out how can we use these funds to help the banking sector to develop. Some studies, the one that has been done in 2017, have shown, the OECD and the World Bank have shown that the potential may be limited, but we can increase the multiplier of this if we can channel them by the banking and the financial sector. How can we help develop this first issue? Maybe one of the issues is the fintechs. Maybe we can develop, and we know that the fintech sector has been developed in this region very rapidly. However, access to financial services, they may have increased rapidly, but only on one issue, which is payments. How can we use fintechs to access to other banking and financial services? This is maybe a point that needs to be developed in the region where we are. Fintech innovations provide significant opportunities for private finance. The market also for sustainable finance also offers new opportunities for investors. Let me just maybe briefly...
conclude if you will, yeah.
Okay. Very briefly, the second, actionable is how we need to be implementing comprehensive public finance reforms. It's one of the issues. We need to be raising tax revenues and so on, but this one here, we have discussed it earlier on apartheid, that most likely one of the issues is that we have to enhance fiscal discipline through improved budget management, expenditure control, and strategic allocation of public resources. This is how to create fiscal space. And the last but not least, one of the instruments that needs to be developed is how do we leverage PPP, public-private partnerships. This could be an issue that could help a little bit increase resources for finance. Thank you.
So thank you, Professor. So the banking sector remains at the core of the financial sector. So we'll move to our next panelist, so Ms. Rose Ngugi. So the floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks very much, moderator. And first is to thank the Policy Center for inviting us to participate in the second symposium. Going to the topic that we are looking at, that is domestic resource mobilization, unlocking the potential. I'm going to focus on two key units that really contribute to in the financial mobilization process. And one of them is actually the household, and the second one are the production units. Households are expected to do two things. One is to pay taxes, so there's a fiscal element. And secondly is also to save, which means that you have private saving. And the basis through which they are able to accomplish the two roles is through their income, which means that if households' income is not enough, or if households' income is unstable, it means that it will affect the way they are going to contribute to the tax process, as well as in savings. And therefore, for us to unlock the potential for households to participate effectively, one of the key things we need to focus on is actually a source of employment. At the household level, it's important that we focus on decent works or decent jobs such that they earn adequate resources that they can save, and also they can spend and be able to pay their taxes. The second element to focus on the household is the fact that there is a demographic dynamic. It is at the household level that we have the youth. It is also at the household level that we talk about the dependency ratio. So for the youth, and if you lose the life cycle hypothesis, the expectation is that youth are more productive at a certain stage, and they have really to work very hard so that they can save even to smoothen their future consumption. In most cases, we'll find that the youth are not necessarily engaged in very productive activities. If I give the example from my country, the informal sector is very huge. There's nothing wrong in the informal sector or being in the informal sector, but there's everything wrong being in the informal sector if you are working poor, because that inhibits the savings behavior. Secondly, at the household level, the aspect of dependency ratio comes in either because we don't have ability to cushion ourselves even when there are shocks to the households. For example, one of the studies that we did at my institute, we found out that most of the times when households are hit by a shock, they either tend to look for informal channels, either go to friends, or they sell the retro assets that they have. At the end of the day, it makes it very difficult for them actually to participate effectively in the savings process or mobilization of savings. Again, households will be looking for channels that are also reduce their transaction costs. I like what my colleague here has talked about fintechs. And with the fintech era, what you find is that a lot of it has gone into transaction, but at the same time to digital loans. And what you'll find, for example, in Kenya, we are very much worried because the youth with very retro financial literacy find themselves with unbearable burden of these easy to get digital loans. And therefore, as we move on to the fintech technology, coming up with products that can facilitate savings become very critical. In the current government, we have one initiative. We call it a Financial Inclusion Fund or a Hustler Fund. This is in the context of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. And the design of this fund was such that even the small borrowers can actually have access to the finance, but the minute you borrow, there is a certain small percentage for which you're expected to save. So each time you get into the system to borrow, you also, a small amount is actually kept for saving. Such an initiative, if with a good governance system, maybe one may think about it as involuntary saving, but the fact that you've agreed to join into the fund means that you agree with the terms. It can actually promote savings behavior in the country. So the other side to look at is the farms. I'm looking at farms as production units, they could be households, they could also be manufacturing or any other type of a farm. And farms also, they are there to give taxes, but at the same time, we expect them to save. They cannot do this if the neighboring environment is not taken care of. Right now, as we think about resource mobilization in our country, and we look at the private sector, we realize that without a booming private sector, there is very little you can do in terms of increasing the tax revenue, even if the tax rates were to go up. What would happen is if you keep increasing the tax rate, then you may find yourself on the other side of the lava curve. So creating an enabling environment that would promote private sector activities then becomes a critical intervention that the government needs to do. And then also, there are new tools that one can think about, like balancing the aspect of carbon emissions. We have this aspect of carbon markets. It comes in as a channel through which you can actually see mobilization of resources. But again, the carbon market in the African region, it's at very early stages. We are still doing a lot of voluntary transactions. And in COP 27, I think, there was an initiative that came up to try and develop the carbon market in Africa and make them more market oriented. And the whole idea is to ensure that you are able to facilitate private sector with different channels for mobilizing resources, not just for them, but also for the government. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this insightful presentation. So for the sake of time, I will move directly to our last panelist, Mr. Sapoinde.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you for everyone for being here. It's a great pleasure to really be on this panel to share views on unlocking domestic financing. The nice thing to be last is that I can summarize whatever they said and stop there. But I will go beyond that a bit. Actually, what I would like to offer is mostly a framework. How can we see this domestic revenue mobilization and focus on part of it? Because there are a lot of elements in domestic revenue mobilization. To begin with, when you look at the landscape of domestic financing, there is domestic revenue mobilization. A lot have been said on that yesterday and this morning. I think I will skip that part. I will focus on the financing side, the debt side, which has been a bit undermined at some point. If you take the framework of a macroeconomy, it's about saving and investment. Whenever you are extra saving, that's good, you can finance your investment, but when you have insufficient saving, you need foreign. But let's focus on the saving that we have inside. It's about that one when we say domestic financing. So from my perspective, if you look at the data and you look at the debt data, you split them, actually domestic financing, domestic debt is a lot. I was going through some data a few days ago to prepare this panel. If you take data for Africa, selected Africa, it ranged from 17% in terms of domestic debt to 90%. 17% is in Madagascar, but when you look at South Africa, you are 90% of domestic debt. So actually, there is a problem of quantity, and there is a problem of pricing as well. So if you focus on the quantity, I would say domestic financing is there. True, we are not saving enough, but the few that we are saving can finance development. How do you attract this? This is a way also to think about the strategy. Second element is the pricing side. When you look at by default, domestic financing is more costly than external financing. So how you de-risk, how you bring the price down, the cost down, this is also part of a strategy. Having said that, how can we frame the strategy? From my perspective, the sovereign has to do its part, but also we need to think about private sectors as well. What do I mean when I say sovereign has to do its part? The public sector has public saving. They have to create fiscal space. This is what all of the colleagues are talking about. If you are fiscally disciplined, you're able to raise DRM, which is not easy. You are able to finance some of your development. That's number one. The way you manage your debt as well. You know, the sad thing is that when you look at the profile of some debt in African countries, some countries are paying almost half of their revenue to just service the debt. What is left for social, for developmental needs? That's a problem as well. So the way you found it is an issue. Expenditure, I truly believe that DRM and expenditure nexus, sometimes people focus on how to raise taxes, but you need to show how to spend better. Maybe this will reverse the question. So I'm always interested in seeing the causality between spending and revenue. How is it going in developing countries? What do we need to do to raise more taxes? Illicit flows, I think my colleagues Bitey has covered that as well. Fiscal dominance, this has been covered yesterday. This is the temptation, the easy way for African countries to just go for fiscal dominance, ask the central bank to finance. When you do so, you end up with inflation, pressure on your currency. Another element that the public sector, most of our economies are public sector-led economy. We need to switch the model to be private sector-led. This has not happened yet. But let's focus on the public sector. What is missing is that sometimes public sector is crowding out private sector as well. So this is an issue we need to think of. So that's the way I see the broad line of reform that we need to embark on. It's a high-level proposal. Maybe we need to go in the details to come up with specifics. But I think it starts there to have a frame. The second frame is how you bring private sector on board. If your fiscal is sound and fixed, usually private sector takes the lead. That's the first thing. But nevertheless, if you want to have a strategy to channel private investment towards development, there are a few things to put on the ground. My colleagues mentioned financial development at large, right? So financial development, you have banking sector. How do you make it more lending oriented, not just taking deposit and sit with it? How do you make it happen? The second element is the local financial market. If you look at our insurance market, pension fund, and so on, sometimes money is sitting there, but money is not invested. They prefer to go for government paper, which is safe and so on. But not public sector is doing everything in terms of development. So we need really financial development of local market. I think also we do need to think about innovative solutions. What do I mean by that? Let's look at the pension fund. I was looking at the number for the continent. 206 billion is floating around there. How do we channel this to domestic African infrastructure, African productive assets, instead of putting this into safe havens at a low rate? This is another way to think about it. Central bank foreign currency reserves. You know, there is a debate. How do you use part of it to fund your domestic economy? This one we need to be a bit careful to not create problem with our reserves, right? Because if you take your reserve, you put it in the economy, the likelihood is that you have inflation and pressure on your currency. So, but there is a merit to think about it as well. This is a debate going on. Sovereign wealth fund. We have a couple of countries that have sovereign wealth fund. Instead of going outside always, it might be relevant to look at the domestic element as well. Finally, I think my colleagues mentioned the private PPPs. well, it's a fashion thing, but is it really kicking in? Do we really maximize it? So we all know the solution. Maybe we need to rethink how to bring it and swim. I would like to focus on two last points. Really, I think it's important, is the issuances in terms of local currency bond markets. You know, this is a trend, and this is really important, I think, because it allows you to, you are talking about debt crisis, forex exposure, and so on. When you issue local currency, you are able to mobilize domestic fund, right? But at the same time, you protect yourself against exchange rate risks. You diversify your funding because you are locally tapping into the capital market. And you enhance also the transmission of your monetary policy. This is a disconnect we have been seeing in the last years in Africa, how monetary policy is inefficient. And one element I will also share is integration. I think people undermine this. If you take the WAMU, West African Monetary Union countries, since it's the currency union, when Burkina Faso issue, for instance, the same domestic currency, local domestic financing, we consider it, it's tapped into the regional market. So this is a way to also expand the depth of your local market for financing. So integration, it's a longer term, but it's important. Last one, I think its role as a DFIs, I have to say some words about my job as well. What is the role of DFIs? Maybe just focus on the African ones. Sometimes we undermine the power of those institutions. A few months ago, I just compiled the assets, balance sheet, ended up with a number of 108 billion. That's what our African GFIs, regional ones, are doing. So it's a significant source of money that we can leverage to de-risk all of these local and domestic instruments to be able to finance productive assets. And last one, in terms of Afrexim Bank, what we have done, we try to push this local currency borrowing. We issued recently, launched the project in Nigeria, the Naira Note program, which is about 300 million to de-risk, to avoid the exposure to the local industries, to the forex. So this is the way to go, I think. Since we have a balance sheet at 108, we can leverage it to fail. So to summarize, my views is that we have all the ingredients in place. We all know the solution. I think where we don't realize that we don't have a comprehensive approach to get this down, to coordinate it. So that's what I'm trying to propose here. Take a high level. How do we put the pieces together so we have a right direction? So if you take the analytical framework, it's all about saving. It's all about expenditure. So how do you finance those? You need to think about DRM. A lot has been said on that. You need to think about domestic financing. How do you bring it on the ground? It boils down to public and private sector as well. So I think if you have a framework like this, you can put on the ground a sound strategy. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Mr. Tapsoba, with this analytical framework that actually connects what has been said by Mr. Adolujo, which is the political well that he was talking about. So now we will open the floor. We'll ask our audience to share their questions. So we have one question over there. So I'll ask you, please, to be brief, and then we have another one over there.
Hello, Professor Nadia Moti, University Mohammed V. Sometimes it's very difficult to talk about how to unlock this domestic financial potential, knowing that high-level debt are like the main issue and main challenges African economies are facing. For instance, Zambia is navigating a debt to GDP ratio that scored past 70% in recent years, according to the January 2024 report. So aren't there like main challenges for really thinking about domestic finances if we cannot just take care of all our debt? Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a question over there.
It's not a question, but a contribution.
Please introduce yourself first.
Yes. Mohamed Hamidouche, former director of the African Development Bank and vice president in charge of decentralization. I was regional resident representative in Senegal, and in terms of resource mobilization, we did something that was very innovative, both in Senegal and in Cabo Verde.
Can you please speak up a little bit? Yes.
Okay. So in Senegal, nous avons
In Senegal, we've done some topographic reviews of the land reserve in Senegal in 22 cities. We realized that in sub-Saharan Africa, less than 1% of the land reserve and that property have an actual deed. And so we deployed a plane from Canada and we flew over 22 cities in Senegal, and we did a topographic review, and we've sent a team at the time where the Directorate of Debt Management and Public Property was managed by the Prime Minister and this enabled to generate significant resources for the Senegalese treasury. We replicated this experience in Cameroon, and there were excellent spin-offs. And so I compel the authorities in Africa to conduct a similar exercise in order to allow people to have land title deeds in order to raise the capital. As for the mobilization of domestic resources, we tend to forget the role of the diaspora. We have 200 million people that live throughout the world and that are part of this category, part of this diaspora. By 2030, they are expected to transfer $5 trillion to their respective countries. 80% of these resources are sent to rural areas. In Morocco, in 2023, the Moroccans living abroad, so Marocains résidant à l'étranger, transferred $1.6 billion in remittances, which represents 8% of the Moroccan GDP. We have many solutions in Cape Verde, for instance. Diaspora, in Cape Verdean diaspora have the remittances represent 900% of the public aid to development. Which means that the first fundraisers or donors are the Africans and not FDIs. And I would like to conclude by saying that FDIs are geared to about 4 or 5 countries among the 54 in Africa, and they tend to focus on the 4 or 5 main sectors: energy, telcos, and infrastructure. And my final remark is that everywhere in Africa there are new regulations on local content, and multinationals that invest in the energy sector, for instance, are imposed to hire local companies to contribute to these mega projects. This was done by Mauritania, Senegal. But where we do need to proceed with caution, and please, I apologize for taking the floor this long, but when we welcome investors in Morocco or elsewhere in energy, well, we signed 20-year agreements telling them that when we'll start extracting oil or gas or gold, well, you will restore it to the state as part of the PPP that was signed, so 25%. In some countries, it's only 5 or 12%, and the rest is taken away by these companies. The question should have been, how much will you be investing? So take your money back. If you've invested 100 billion, you're authorized to recover that 100 million, or we will share the profits, or we'll find a fair approach. But the business model today is absolutely unacceptable, and it must be changed. Thank you. We have another question.
To the panelists to react and answer the questions. So go ahead.
Hello.
Introduce yourself and then.
Yes, I'm François Bourguignon. I would like to piggyback on the previous intervention and also to allude to some points made by the speakers. The issue is the migrant remittances. I mean, the view, and it was expressed in the quiz that we had in the morning, the view that migrant remittances can be considered as development finance seems to me completely wrong. Migrant remittances are essentially a personal income of the family of the migrants or the migrants themselves. Now, you cannot decide about the way in which that income will be used. Now, the big advantage of remittances is over domestic income is the fact that these are foreign currency. And because of that, of course, at the macro level, some use can be made of this advantage. But to consider that there is a difference between remittances and domestic income in terms of saving, for example, I think it is wrong. One of the speakers mentioned the systems, the programs, which are meant to increase the savings by private households in an African country. This applies in the same way to migrants. So I think that it is quite important to make sure that we are not considering that all what the migrants can send back home can be used as at once.
Thank you for this comment. So maybe now we'll give the floor to our panelists to react. So I'll ask you to be brief, please, 2 to 3 minutes each.
Thank you so much for your comments. I think the first thing to note is that Africa's real potential is in its untapped assets, but those assets are poorly governed with very poor strategies for how to deploy them. A lot of that really needs creative thinking at home first on what is on the country's asset lists or register and what strategies will be deployed. And you can have a conversation then about whether it's full privatization, concessions, and the structure of that, and make it fit for purpose for your country. And how much of that will be future equity or debt. We can have those conversations about structure, but I think as countries, we need to be smart about looking at our national assets and make them sweat a bit more. For example, we have in Nigeria, for example, an oil company that for basically one of our biggest assets that could actually do more in terms of just generating revenue is doing much less because of course, poor governance. So across board with government-owned enterprises that could contribute to this local domestic resource mobilization, we need to think about how efficient these institutions are. How much of them should be kept as government-owned? How much should go into proper processes of privatization, commercialization, concession in models that allow public-private investments within the national environment to scale? Now, when you move to how we manage the revenues from those assets, we'll go to the point made about sovereign wealth. Sovereign wealth mobilization, even in high growth, high revenue scenarios, have been very poor. Again, a good example is Nigeria. At one point, we had $60 billion in excess crude accounts. Of that, what went to sovereign wealth was about $2 billion. Now, you have to have the political will to behave differently, both in terms of what you generated revenue and how much of that you put in sovereign wealth. So these things are connected, but they come back to this big conversation about, is there a clear strategy for how the country will fire its assets, manage its revenues, and deploy that within a financial system that works? And I think those are very country-level conversations that need to be tackled within an analytic framework where the financial system works for the markets and the households within specific countries. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Bitey, if you have any comments.
Yes. One that I want to really touch on is the issue of debt and debt payment. If you look at many countries, African countries' budgets, you will find that a very important part goes to servicing debt. We pay a lot of attention on that, but there is one other debt which I think plays a very important role in domestic resource mobilization. It's the internal debt, the debt to local companies. In many countries, payments is very delayed, the debt is very high, sometimes taking a year or more to be paid, limiting the capacity of local private sector actually to create more wealth and pay taxes. One more point I think that is important to pay attention to. One more is actually tax breaks and the promotion of very attractive investment policies that actually put the countries in a competition, sort of competition to the bottom. Each and every actually lowering taxes, providing very big and large tax breaks to, especially in the extractive sector, reducing thereby significantly potential actually resource mobilization. Overall, I think also in terms of capacity, I should mention the importance of soft skills in taxation. Oftentimes, the capacity building tend to focus on technical skills, whereby technical skills are important, but the soft skills also are very important. What do we mean by that? That means the type of leadership that reinforces actually the sentiment of taxpayers that the social contract actually is being fulfilled in the other side as well. And this means transparency, inclusivity, different ways of engagement with taxpayers, and also accountability around that. So those are areas also where we see a huge opportunity for improvement. So those are a few remarks that I wanted to add to this. Thank you.
Mr. Abbasi, if you have anything to add on this.
Just a very small comment on the two questions or comments that have been made. Let me start with the comments that has been made by Professor Bourguignon. The issue that was raised with regard to remittances is not that we need to be using them for specific investment issues. What we are trying to say is it possible that we can channel these remittances through the financial and the banking sector, and then for the banking sector to do the job? And through incentives. I mean, I'm talking about, is it a way that we can use some incentives, some kind of tax incentives or whatever incentives, to be channeled these remittances, which are important with regard to our GDP or the financial system, through the system. That's all. Instead of being, which now we are having it in Morocco and in other countries, it's peer-to-peer. I mean, it's from hand to hand, cash. This is what I was trying to say. With regard to the question raised by my colleague, Madame Motet, I think the Zambian case. In the literature, I mean, what we have read about, I mean, it's a combination of problems. It starts from question of management. Before being an economic problem, it became an economic problem. I'm talking about inflation, the drop of the exchange rate. I mean, money wasn't valued. Then we had to change to another set of... and this is maybe the source of the problem. But the issue is maybe, in my opinion, is a political and governance issue before it is economic problem.
Yes. Thank you, Professor. So, go.
Thank you. Just three things. One is also to say that we have quite a lot of savings that are in what you would term as informal sector. We have women groups. We have various circles that do not necessarily find the savings in the formal or banking sector. and in some situations we don't take care of them. In addition, traditionally, you'll also find that there are savings that are done in kind, and maybe it's high time we also asked ourselves whether we have adequate data that helps us to measure the level of saving. Secondly, I want to touch on, we've talked about the tax revenue, but we also know that there is what we call appropriation in aid, the AES in government. And one way, for example, we've seen happening in Kenya is automating the process of collection through a platform so that the government is able to gauge the amount of money, and therefore it can be taken into account when one is pulling together the resources that the government has managed to mobilize. Automation process. And then finally, I know I had talked about the informal sector where majority of the youth are, but one of the critical things that we need to look at is enhancing productivity, because with enhanced productivity, whether in agriculture or in manufacturing, it's going to enhance the base from which we expect the savings as well as the tax revenue to be generated. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, Mr. Dabsoba.
Thanks. Maybe I will take on the order of questions and try to be brief. On the Zambia case, what I can say, I think the challenge is even difficult when it is domestic debt. You know, right now we are talking about crisis, debt crisis and so on, but it's about foreign debt. It's easy to default to outside people. But when you default to your own people, the crippling effect is even worse. So bottom line for me is that we need to have the same discipline in terms of debt management, both sides, right? And when you look at Zambia case, they moved from domestic debt in 2010, about 10%. In 2022, it was 40% of debt. So it's same in Ghana and so on. So it's becoming critical, this issue of debt, especially when we face our own people and to avoid a crippling effect. I will switch quickly to French because my friend from AFDB said some words in French on property tax. I'm really sensitive to that, so I would like to say some words to that. En fait, la taxe sur la propriété.
So as far as the property tax, we need to proceed with caution with regards to the mapping, the country's mapping, to identify all of the property deeds where the properties that need to be taxed are those that generate revenue, for instance, those that lease their property, because in Africa, most people that live in these homes are just trying to get by. For instance, I was a representative. If you were a representative, you were based in Senegal, and I was actually a representative of the IMF in Togo for a similar exercise. And we very quickly realized that there was a social issue that would happen, that would cause a social uprising if we were to tax everyone. And so we rather chose to identify the rental property and to make a distinction when we talk about taxing housing or property.
Remittances, I tend to agree with Professor Bourguignon that, you know, remittances comes for a reason, and mostly it's for survival, you know, to help our the migrant people inside. So true, we want to see at the macro level how to channel this to productive asset development and so on. But at the end of the day, it's about survival or basic consumption, personal income. The way we, as a macroeconomist, I would like to see it is the macro effect. When you look at the high level side, the countryside, true, it's a source of forex for the central bank, for instance. True, it helps when it is channeled through the banking system, the financial sector to have financial development. True, it helps on the fiscal side because if you have an extra income to help you survive, your willingness to pay taxes is better than when you don't have anything. So those are the way I would like to see remittances in macro, or rather than, I know the literature, I even wrote papers on that. That's the way people like to see it. But when you go to the micro side, bottom-up approach, you realize that you have to distinguish the personal motivation that people are sending their money, and also the macro effect when it comes in the country. That's what I want to add. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I couldn't help myself react to the comments on remittances. I'm a moderator, I'm not supposed to do it, but I will react. For the case of Morocco, for example, remittances, as I said, it's about 8% of GDP, and I go the same vein as a professor to say that over half of it does not fuel consumption, but actually it's a saving that goes to be invested in the construction sector. So I think by providing the conducive, and as you said, the enabling environments through facilitating access to the financial system, by providing the financial vehicles, I think this could serve in general the funding of development. It's still not the most important resources on which we should leverage, but I think this is an option. This is 2 to 3% of GDP annually that could serve if well channeled, as I said, with the conducive environment, could be invested in other sectors much more productive than the construction sector. And on this, I think we will conclude. So let me extend warm thanks to our audience, to our panelists also for their insightful presentation, and thank you so much.
We kindly ask the panel to remain on stage for a panel photo. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a brief coffee break in the dining hall across this auditorium. We will reconvene in this auditorium in 10 minutes. focusing on the role of international financing in Africa's development. Please join me in welcoming to the stage the chair of the panel, Sam Bilal, Senior Executive and Associate Director of Sustainable Economies and Climate Action Cluster, European Center for Development Policy Management. And now, please welcome to the stage the speakers for this session, François Bourguignon, Emeritus Professor, Paris School of Economics. Eric Bergloff, Chief Economist, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Andrew Dabalain, Africa Region Chief Economist, World Bank Group. Richard Kozel-Wright, Director of the Division on Globalization and Development Strategies, UN Trade and Development. Before giving the floor to the chair for this session, we will view a short introductory video for the panel.
Africa is facing pressing financial needs to reach its development goals. This situation is exacerbated by elevated levels of debt and risks of debt distress, consequential to the duplication of shocks since the COVID-19 pandemic. This includes financial conditions that have kicked many African countries out of international markets. Due to this situation, international financial institutions are called to step up their game and increase the scale of their intervention. However, under the current configuration, these institutions appear to be unequipped to face the looming challenges of the 21st century. The multilateral development bank system is lacking the required size to provide more funding to development projects and deliver on public goods. How can the global financial architecture be reformed to be fit for purpose? What challenges impede efficient debt restructuring, and what mechanisms can be adopted to enhance its efficiency? What role can the African Development Bank play in the new financial architecture?
Sam Bilal, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Let me start by thanking first the Policy Center for the New South, and in particular Karim and his team for inviting me to be part of this very fascinating conference and to have the pleasure to moderate this prestigious panel. It's also especially nice for me because I come from Brussels, where I'm quite often, when we're discussing about the international financial architecture, it's quite often within what is the role of Europe. So I'm especially happy not to have a European representative on the panel to have these kind of discussions and to be really international. In fact, if we're thinking about, after the discussion we were having on the role of domestic resource mobilization, how to mobilize domestic finance, of course the role of international finance is also very important. And in that sense, this panel is an opportunity to reflect on where we are and where we want to go in terms of the role of international finance. Let's remember that, in 2015, when we adopted the Sustainable Development Goals, the agenda in terms of finance, the MDBs came and very loudly proclaimed that the challenge was so big that we needed to mobilize from billion to trillions. And now we're almost, of course, 10 years down the line. I think nobody hopes or expects to manage to mobilize trillions. So the ambitions are probably lower. And in that sense, of course, for many of us who had perhaps high expectations in 2015, it is a disappointment. But on the other hand, we see also MDBs and the international financial architectures that is being questioned, that is being thinking about what to do in a different manner, how to change some of our business model, how can we operate in different manners. And that is something that is, of course, we should all rejoice about. And I think we will discuss what are some of the elements that are coming. I just want to stress perhaps two dimensions that we should pay attention to. One is that we have seen, of course, with the COVID-19 pandemic and the following crisis, that in fact we live in a world that is very different from the world we had in the past. In the past, there was a tendency, especially in finance, to have a crisis every decade. There would be a crisis, and then there was this shock, and then is the question: how do we cope with the shock? Well, right now now in a situation that, in fact, we have a multiplicity of crises that seem to happen at the same time and almost in a permanent basis. So, in fact, one of the questions for the financial architecture and also in particular for the MDBs is the model that was used before, that you have one shock and then how to be counter-cyclical and respond to one shock and then you go back to the normal until you wait for the next shocks. When you have a multiplicity of shocks and a higher uncertainty, one of the questions is of international financial architectures, in particular the MDBs, are they fit to operate in such a world? And that's perhaps for one aspect of the business model. The other dimension is we come from a part where the focus was really on how to finance development. And now, of course, there is also another question, which is how to finance our response to climate change. So both to have a greener energy and how to have climate adaptation, which is grossly underfinanced, as we realize, especially on this continent. So there is a tendency to think that these are two aspects of the same dimension, but others are also arguing that there are trade-offs. And so how to best articulate these additional needs for finance for both developments and climate so that to identify the synergies so that they can be reinforcing one another instead of undermining one or having this trade-off that we have to decide that we finance climate at the expense of social expenditures or transformation is really another second challenge that I wanted to highlight. But that's more than enough for my introduction. I would suggest that you take your interactive apps and we have a word cloud, and so if you go under the interactive dimensions, the questions we wanted to ask is what is the biggest financing challenge for Africa? And if you could identify just that in one word, and then we'll see some of the challenges that perhaps we have to address also on this panel. So please take your app and vote. The ones putting the first words are highlighted initially. So we see familiar words: youth, employment, debt, risk, climate, infrastructure, dependency. Risk seems to be one of the words that is the most often referred, which perhaps refers to my introductory remarks about uncertainties. So let's turn to Professor Bourguignon. If you allow me, I'll just call you with your first name. That will make it a bit more friendly. So, François, it's a pleasure to have you there. What are some of your perspectives on the role of international finance for development?
Thank you very much. And thank you to the organizers. It's a real pleasure to be here. And I enjoyed very, very much all those sessions since yesterday. Initially, I saw that I would be talking as this introductory video mentioned it about the debt. But because we already heard a lot about the debt since yesterday, I thought that I would make my remarks on something slightly different, which may be a kind of newcomer in development finance, and which most likely will affect the architecture of development finance in the decades to come. And this is essentially climate finance. So to make sure that we understand the amplitude of the problem of climate, when you look at the total cost of all the mitigation and adaptation measures that were included in the so-called national defined contributions, which were proposed after the Paris COP in 2015, then you realize that the total cost of those expenditures is $8 trillion for the whole world, which is more or less 8% of global GDP. Then when you go to developing countries, in general they exclude China, which is such a big actor, then of course the amount is much reduced. It's only 2 trillion, only 2 trillion. And we're talking about annual expenditures. We're not talking about having to spend that over a period of 10 years. Every year until 2030, and probably a little more later on. Then people consider that out of this, half of this amount should be, or could be, covered by domestic actors, by the private sectors, in particular FDI, which means that the international finance system should provide the remaining trillion. And when you relate that to GDP in those countries, we're talking about something like 3 to 4% of GDP. So the point is that the total amount of finance provided by the international community to developing countries should be increasing from something like a little less than 1% to something like 4%. In Africa, this would mean coming from today, ODA over GDP is slightly below 2% of GDP, then we should move to something like 5% of GDP. For advanced countries, this means that ODA, which represent today 0.3% of their GDP, should move to something slightly above 1%. And what is interesting is that we find this iconic figure, which is a 1%, which has been so often considered as a normal contribution of advanced countries to global development. So this is the need. Now, let's assume, and this is a big if probably, that we are able to get this commitment by advanced countries, by the community, in order to provide this kind of finance. What are the problems that we may be facing? And this is where the architecture will come into play. First thing, we like to make sure that this money will be additional. It will not be a substitution. And unfortunately, when we look at the beginning of climate finance, which is a commitment made back in 2009 by advanced countries to provide to developing countries an amount of $100 billion every year from 2020 on. First, they made it, but it was only in 2022 that this figure was reached. But when you look at the total amount of aid provided by those countries, by DAC countries in the OECD, and you take out of this special expenditures which have become quite important lately to cover the costs of refugees in advanced countries. First Syria, then of course Ukraine. When you take out the direct aid to Ukraine in 2022, then you realize that the real value of the total aid provided by advanced countries has not changed at all since 2009, and even probably it has declined. What does that mean? This means that the 100 billion which were provided to finance climate has been taken away from the existing development finance. And the point I'm trying to make here is that it will become more and more important in the future to make a distinction between development finance, the old official development assistance, and climate finance. Why should we make that distinction? And this, if we do it, will modify the architecture of the international or global finance. One reason, first, is that we want to make sure that there is additionality. So if we have two funds, then we know that it will not be possible to take from one fund to put it in the other. So this will be guaranteeing additionality. Second reason, the motivation behind those two types of flows are different. One is assistance, aid, development aid, and we know what is behind that, and we know why it is important. The other one is a global public good. And this is an expenditure that is benefiting everybody in the planet, which means that the philosophy of this transfer is completely different. And because of that, we cannot put together two types of flows which obey different type of motivations. And the third reason that I believe that it is important to make a distinction between those two groups, or two types of finance, is the way in which they are monitored or managed. We have rules to allocate in any advanced country, any multilateral agency, there are rules to allocate aid across countries. The rules to allocate aid, climate finance, will be different. The rules will be based on precisely what those countries reported in their national contributed, national defined contribution as the needs for mitigation and adaptation to climate change. And because of that, we cannot have the same rules to allocate the two types of aid, and this is quite important. By the way, I also forgot to mention that there is another fund which just appeared, as a matter of fact, last year in the COP28, which is a loss and damage fund, which is another pot of money which should be created in order to compensate developing countries for damages that can be clearly caused or attributed to climate change. Hello?
No.
This is...
It's not me.
Fine, okay. But sometimes the red light goes on, so, okay, but, so let me finish. I mean, I have only for a few minutes. Okay, so this is the reason why we will have to distinguish the two types of flows. There is another one, or another issue, which I think is quite important, and this is getting us back to the issue of the debt, which is what will be the form of that money. I mean, if the community is to provide so much money to developing countries, multiplying by 3 or 4 the flows which do exist, what will be the form of that, those transfers? Grants or concessional loans? It is most likely that it will be under the form of concessional loans, basically because advanced countries will prefer to provide loans than to provide grants. And on such a scale, we can understand that this will be necessarily the case. But then, this may be introducing debt problems, because if a country is receiving every year, let's say, in addition to what was the case before, 2% of GDP as a new loan, and this new loan with a very long maturity, this means that the indebtedness of the country will be increasing systematically every year by 2%. I mean, the debt over GDP ratio will be increasing by 2%. And this means that in order for this debt to be sustainable, it will be necessary to have the rate of growth of the economy, of GDP, to increase. And then we get into an important issue, which I think is really central to all this reflection on climate finance, which is it the case that this investment, which will be made for adaptation and for mitigation, is it the case that those investments will be accelerating growth? Is it the case that they will be contributing to development in the sense of an increase in income per capita? And my point here is to say, I'm not sure. We can say that what we spend on adaptation is compensating for possible losses that would be implied by climate change. So this is not changing growth. This is maintaining the rate of growth where it is. If we think about mitigation, mitigation is about substituting a technology for, in particular, energy production into another. But it is a substitution. This is not necessarily increasing or implying more infrastructure. It is implying a different type of infrastructure, which is something which is slightly different. So the fact we are not clear about the way in which this money will be managed or could be managed, but a priori to say that there will be faster growth because of that in African countries as in other developing countries, low income and lower middle income countries, I think it is really something that has to be seen. And then the final point is that today we have all those countries, in particular in Africa, which are in debt distress. And if more money goes to those countries, then those countries will say, okay, we'll use this money to get rid of our debt constraint. But then, if they do that, this money will not go to adaptation or to mitigation. And there is an issue there on the side of the donors who may say, okay, but we are not giving money to release those countries from their debt constraint. We want to give money to finance the overall the fight against climate change. So now, I believe that this is not an issue that will come tomorrow. Because unfortunately, I believe that it will take time before we get this new architecture of climate finance on the one hand, development finance on the other together. And this means that the debt issue in African countries, as in some other part of the world, has to be resolved as quickly as possible in order to reestablish the growth potential of those countries. But I think that thinking about climate finance, the damage that can be created by climate change, the need to invest in adaptation and in mitigation in the decade to come will be very much affecting the way in which we think about development and the way in which we think about the architecture of global finance to help development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me just play 1 minute before I give the floor to the other panelists, the devil advocates. You are saying that one should distinguish between development finance and climate finance. Now, in Africa, there is a huge need to have investment for access to increase access to energy, both for the populations and for industrializations. So when you do energy and decide to do green energy, are you doing climate mitigation or are you doing developments? If you're trying to do industrializations and you decide that for economic transformation in Africa, you decide that the way for the future to be competitive is to have a more green type of industrialization than to have a brown industrialization. It's good for the development, it is creating employment, it is good for the employment. It is good for the environment. Are you doing climate finance or are you doing development finance? How do you answer to that question? And just very quickly, the second one is ODA, because you're saying that basically grants should be adopted, but in the current political climates that we see in many donors countries, is that the expectations that grants will be increased is, it seems to be utopia. So would that mean that we're condemned to not address no climate finance and development finance?
Okay, so on your first question, the issue is the way in which the needs of a country have been defined in the national defined contribution. If you invest in a new solar plant, then you're right to say that this is a development investment because you are providing energy to people who didn't have energy before. Now, the way in which the development finance or the need for resources should have been defined in the national defined contribution was to say what is the additional cost that creating solar plant will imply, instead of providing electricity with a coal plant or with a gas plant. So now the problem is that, and this is the reason why we have to take all those figures with very much caution, is that, of course, in the national defined contribution, most countries played the game, trying to increase as much as possible the amount that would be needed. I mean, we all have played this kind of a game at some stage. We ask for very much, hoping to get something, and more than a little. So because of that, you're right, but we have to make sure that there is this distinction that I just made, saying, okay, the climate is requiring a change, a substitution of technology. On the second point, sure, I mean, we agree with the fact that grants will not be extended as it would be implied by the kind of order of magnitude that I've mentioned, which means that we have to get into concessional loans. But the problem is that there is a limit to the amount of concessional loans that we can provide.
Great, thank you very much. Eric, you are the chief economist at the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. You saw that in the word clouds, infrastructure came as one of the main challenges for finance in Africa. So you seem to be very well placed. Also, this is a rather new bank, so perhaps in terms of adopting in new approaches, and you have been quite innovative also as a bank. What do you see as the way forward? And perhaps as a parenthesis, I mean, you're the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, but you're also active in Africa, or what do you do in Africa?
Well, first of all, thank you so much to Karim and his team for inviting me. I'm a newcomer. I've worked quite a bit in North Africa, but Sub-Saharan Africa is really not a place that I know very well. So for me, it's been amazingly productive to be here over these last couple of days, and enjoyed both the seminars, but also very much the conversations in the fringes of the seminar and over dinner and so. So thank you for that. So I'm actually going to pick up, I think actually Francois teed up my presentation, because I'm going to make the argument that yes, I do acknowledge that there are trade-offs here, but I also think one could think of this as a unique opportunity to really accelerate growth in Africa, and not only in Africa, but in general, thinking about what the opportunities that climate finance and also, I would say, nature finance, I'll come to that later. So it's clear that the net zero transition is not happening at the pace that we need, and Africa has not really been part of creating this problem, but Africa is very vulnerable to the consequences of climate change and needs a lot of adaptation finance in particular, and we know how difficult that is to finance. But the argument I'm going to make here is that you can use mitigation and also, I would say, nature opportunities or investing in nature as infrastructure to attract external capital and really make use of this. So I'm looking at the sort of upside of this, and I've used this notion, which is familiar to most of you, the sort of moonshot vision, that you take this now as a way to try to build a new type of economy, very much in the spirit that you were sort of alluding to. And I'm going to make the argument that what needs to be done for this to happen is not so different from the traditional development agenda. It's about strengthening state capacity, is about enabling and crowding in the private sector, and I'll come back with more specific in a minute. But really the argument here is this is an opportunity to get more financing into Africa, and looking at what kind of economy can we create in Africa based on that. So I call it sort of net zero moonshot for the emerging world, but you think of Africa, but I think it applies much more general. So a couple of years ago, we looked at what is the exposure of particularly state-owned institutions, both enterprises and and state-owned financial institutions to fossil fuels. And it is very clear that across the world, and also in Africa, these institutions, the state-owned enterprises and state-owned financial institutions, are heavily overexposed to fossil fuels. So we need to look at, where has these institutions been transformed, and how did it happen, and how can we make them get a stake in developing this new economy. And so they really need to become leaders rather than laggards. The private sector obviously has much to contribute and must contribute, and of course you need to create the kind of conditions that brings out the good sides of the private sector. So how do you do that? These technologies now, very much, I live in Beijing now, I see how it has transformed the Chinese economy, and how, if you look at the streets of Beijing, for example, it's almost half electric vehicles now. And this is obviously it's about solar, it's about wind, it's about battery technologies. There are a lot of opportunities. I understand that's now a very significant investment in battery technologies in Morocco, for example. And I think this is something that we really need to think about. How can we support economies that want to come into these value chains? How can we work with the companies that are present in this sector? We need a meaningful carbon price. I know this is very controversial because of the distributional consequences. We need to find other ways of compensating those that are vulnerable here. But the carbon price is not only important to send signal to consumers and producers, but it's also very important for encouraging the new technologies and bringing them into the economy. It's more about adoption than genuine new innovation, but it's very important that this is part of an industrial policy, if you want. And the carbon price will not be sufficient. You need a lot of sort of mission-driven coordination, and this is, I think, where the international system comes in. I will come to that in just a second. And of course, I mean, it doesn't need to be said, but it's very important that this is done in a sustainable way, from a political and social point of view. So we need to think very carefully about the distributional impact of this. So just here is just an example of why we should care about this. So the trust in government comes very much from the ability to respond to environmental pressure. So I can, again, coming back to my Chinese experience, what has been achieved in terms of the quality of air in Beijing is truly remarkable. And that has been very much the driver of change, and that has built trust in the ability of government to respond. So I think this is something that we need to look at. How can we create this kind of what we call common interest society, where we really bring in the trust element. So I was going to give you an example now of what I'm talking about, and this is something that many of you are familiar with, the so-called NUEFI, with this country platform. This is very much the hot topic of debate international. The Brazilian G20 is doing a lot on trying to make this more specific and make it a more useful tool. But why is it important? Because this is where this international system is sort of manifests itself in an individual country. So if we cannot collaborate as MDBs and working with the DFIs, working with the IMF, if we cannot do that in the context of an individual country, the system is not working as a system. And that's really where I think this example that I want to talk about now is a very good illustration. Because what did the Egyptian government do? Well, ahead of their COP28 presidency, or 27 presidency, they went to put their pipeline of solar and wind. As you know, Egypt has a lot of potential in this space. They put their pipelines on this platform, and they said, all these MDBs, DFIs, this is what we plan to do. you talk among yourself and look at which project do you want to be involved in. They, in parallel, created this program for phasing out fossil fuels and really emphasizing the just transition, how to redeploy, retrain, maybe some early retirement, bringing the fossil fuel assets out of the energy system. And they used the partner with EBRD, AIB, EIB. It was very much a partnership, but it was very important. It was driven by the Egyptians. It's a country-owned, country-led, and they looked for this opportunity. I think this is critical when we see how to push the country platforms going forward. So they managed to get concessional finance from the US for this phasing out the fossil fuels, which I think, again, these programs that were developed will be very helpful in getting out of that part of getting those assets out of the economy. They got innovative, we talked about innovative finance here, but they had a performance-linked debt instrument with Germany, which was linked to Egypt's contribution under the national determined contributions under the Paris Agreement. And they committed to ratcheting up their engagement there. And if they failed, they would pay one interest rate. If they succeed, they would pay another interest rate, lower interest rate. And I think this is a way for countries that are serious about building this new economy and sending these signals. They can do it in a credible way, and I think this is something we can learn from. And then very importantly, so I've talked about this as sort of an industrial policy, a moonshot policy. What happened is that, because Egypt showed that they were committed and they were working with the international development partners, they now attracting FDI in this value chain. So there's a wind blade manufacturer for wind now establishing itself in a German company in Egypt. And I think it's just one example of how we can think of this going forward. So maybe maybe I say. Sorry. Anyhow, just maybe let me, come to the final slide. No, it doesn't, sorry.
Perhaps do it without PowerPoint if you don't need to illustrate.
Yeah, no, so I just wanted to come to the final thing around the multilateral development banks, because this is now, I've been working in this system for 20 years or so on and off, and this is the first time I see that there is real change. And I think there is a very important role, so I talked about this in the country platform, but there's a whole system now that's transforming. And of course these MDBs can provide more patient capital, can help de-risk by managing risk, by maybe absorbing some of the risk on their own balance sheets. They can mobilize the private sector. I think this will be incredibly important. They can be part of building state capacity in this space. Very important, a lot of now new form of lending, climate policy-based financing will be very important going forward. And support these policy moonshots to help develop these green industrial policies, supporting the new financial instrument and risk transfer. And very importantly, this is where I want to end, is that we are and Francois was emphasizing this, very large amounts of money. If this is going to happen in a way that builds up new FX exposures in these economies, that is going to be something holding back these developments. So we really need to find ways for the MDBs to jointly work to supply local currency finance, particularly for infrastructure. World Cloud talked about infrastructure and risk. And of course, the Achilles heel of infrastructure is that it earns revenues in local currency, but it's often financed in foreign currencies. We need to find ways, and we have been working on a proposal to have the MDBs jointly provide and working with the DFIs to help provide local currency and also help develop the local capital markets. So I think this agenda, hopefully, it can give it a little bit more of optimism and looking at the upside of climate finance in Africa. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Eric. Can I just, before you stop the microphone, ask you one question, perhaps connecting this. The previous panel was about domestic finance, and this one is on international finance. But if you could say one word about the role of the non-financial additionality of MDBs, and in particular how they can help create this capacity, this domestic capacity you were talking about, capital markets formation, that then will help to demonstrate what is bankable and that what can be done afterwards at the domestic level. Could you give us perhaps a couple of examples or insights from your experience either at AIIB or EBRD?
So I'll give you two examples, one from the real sector, so to say, and one from the finance side. So on the real sector side, so I mentioned this relatively new. I mean, the World Bank has been doing this for many years, but I think as a specialty, sort of climate policy-based financing is relatively new as a concept, and I think that is. You were talking about transferring a lot of renewable technologies, but these renewable technologies don't exist in a vacuum. They have to be integrated with grids. They have to have regulatory policies associated with them. All that policy support, and I talked about these moonshots. For me, this is all part of the same kind of policy environment that really make sure that these resources are used these technologies are used in the right context, and also benefits have spillovers to local manufacturing. So I think that's the climate policy-based financing is a very good tool for helping to build that environment and also providing the context in which the private sector can participate. On the financial side, I mentioned this collaboration, working, and Hans-Peter, who is here, has also been involved in this, trying to find a way to use the fact that some MDBs have been more successful than others in working with local currency and helping to develop local capital markets. EBRD, my former institution, has worked with this in a lot of countries in former Eastern Europe, but now also in North Africa. And I think one concept there is what they call a currency pool. When a local currency, you have a pool that you develop over time, and within that pool you let losses and profits net out over time, and that's been for EBRD a very profitable business. What I think could happen here is to allow the MDBs to work together and also bring in DFIs. DFIs can never really provide local currency finance. It's a very specialized activity. So I think in both those respects, helping to develop, offer local currency, but also work with governments to develop these local capital markets, working with the IMF and the World Bank, have a long experience of this. So I think that is, to me, a very substantive role for the MDBs.
Thank you very much. Andrew, you have fantastic insights from the World Bank perspectives and from your own career in this field. What are your views on the role of international finance and how to improve on the way forward?
Thank you. So this is my first time to be in Morocco, so I'm really delighted to be here. I participated in the inaugural AES, actually, virtually, but it's a lot nicer to be here. So thank you for organizing this and to have these incredible, intellectually stimulating and fascinating conversations. So what are my views? Well, as a side comment, I'm very skeptical about this idea of labeling a dollar brown or green, but that's a debate we can have.
Why are you skeptical?
No, I would. We can come back to that, but I want to set the context a little bit about the fact that it is absolutely clear that this continent needs transformation, right? So that's the subject matter here. And a lot of people have talked about the importance of growth for that transformation. And so I think maybe it's worth noting that for the last 60 years of independence, and this is, forgive me, mostly my knowledge about sub-Saharan Africa, but it probably is possibly true for North Africa as well. The African region has been a low growth region for 60 years. Not the last, people talk about the last 10 years that have been a lost decade and another lost decade that was in the 80s or something. But in general, even if you take any decade you take on average, the continent in per capita terms have not grown more than 3%, less than 3% in per capita terms. That's one problem. Far worse is that it's been very volatile. So you have a decade of less than 2% growth, followed by another decade or 15 years of 0 or negative growth, then a recovery to 2% growth. And so it's been incredibly difficult to have transformation. And so that's why the continent is basically characterized by high poverty, high inequality, okay? Very low levels of employment creation, and therefore no transformation. So the continent fundamentally needs a new growth model. Now we can have a conversation about what that growth model should be. Maybe next AES conference should be about what's the new growth model for Africa. A suggestion, unsolicited. But definitely we need one. But fundamentally what we need is real change in the composition of investments. Okay? And what those investments right now have been difficult to come by. Public investments are now really constrained for the last 10, 15 years because of debt and all the crises that everyone has kind of noted. FDI has been declining, and there's no trend reversal yet. Okay? Domestic private investments is constrained because of high interest rates, right? Financial markets have completely closed out African countries, and the few that have been able to be successful are finding it extremely costly, right? So, Cote d'Ivoire, Benin, Kenya went to the market recently. I think Senegal also issued something recently. And they're all being quoted extremely high interest rates, right, for these Eurobonds. And ODA has been flat for the last several decades, right? So then but you still need, in order to have this new growth model, you need investments, and you need to finance those investments. So how do you do that? So I offer three things, and they're not new, but they're important, and they're basically a way to make what we already know work better. So there was a lot of conversations about how do we actually make things that we know work better and at scale. So one of them is obviously the big elephant, which is the debt. If you want to finance sovereign public investments, okay, you have to really deal with the African debt issues. And there are two things to distinguish about African debt, right? So there are some countries that are obviously insolvent. So they need debt reduction. Okay? It's impossible to continue. It's impossible to imagine that they will actually come back soon, which is what we want, into positive growth territory, unless there's some form of debt reduction. There are others that are not insolvent, but they have liquidity problems because the bullet payments and all those things are pressing. Those ones just need some form of liquidity financing. I mean, that's why you have institutions like IMF, which is sort of like, an insurance against those kinds of things. But the second thing is what I think Francois said, which is, the second thing is that in order to be able, what is really, really important is cheap financing. Okay, for all these needs, massive needs in infrastructure, massive needs in health and education, especially given the demographic bulge that is coming these continents, where massive needs in, even just mitigating against the shocks that people are talking about, like climate and conflict and all those things. You need massive investments. In order to do that, build state capacity, you need concessional financing, cheap financing. And that requires, thinking about strengthening existing instruments for concessional financing and making them bigger and larger. And then the final thing is how you, so one is debt reduction, the other one is actually how to provide cheap financing to sovereigns so that they don't go and borrow expensive, short maturity financing from either the domestic or international market, or at least minimize that. So there's no way you could completely stop doing that, but at least minimize that so that doesn't actually create. And the reason why we want debt reduction is because this is not going to be the last time we're going to see debt problems, right? We need a sovereign mechanism, a mechanism for resolving debt, debt issues. We have G20 that has not worked, G20 framework, but at least there was some thinking about actually considering a mechanism for resolving sovereign debt. So one way forward is to actually think about a mechanism, tweak the mechanism design of the G20 and make that work so that it is faster, it's much more meaningful in terms of giving debt reduction. Now, the final thing is, of course, solving the problem that the late Robert Lucas actually posed, which is, why does capital not flow from capital-rich countries to countries that are capital poor but capital scarce and potentially have high returns? And there are all kinds of theories out there and empirical estimates about why, but why that is the case. But one of the things is always, of course, risk. So whether it is perceived or real, there's always this concern that, in fact, the risk levels are very high. And so one way to mitigate that risk is through guarantees. And so one of the things that the World Bank has been working very hard to do in its reform process is to actually increase the scale of guarantees. So right now, the World Bank does something close to about 7 billion guarantees for a portfolio of about 30 billion investments. Now, what they want to do, what the World Bank wants to do is to increase that issuance to about 20 billion a year at a ratio of 1 to 6 leverage. That will be $120 billion new, well, at least financing from private sector especially to finance off-grid investments, water and sanitation, and so on and so on and so on. Right? So that's the plan. Whether that will work or not is to be tested, but at least there is some way of thinking about making things that we know be simpler, faster, and doing them at scale. So those are the three things that I think are fairly well known, but could potentially work to increase financing from international development agencies. Let me stop here.
Thanks a lot, Andrew. Just perhaps one question to get back to the question of concessional finance and debt. In a sense, isn't it part of the debt problems that we see actually is the fact that there were very low interest rates and it was easy for developing countries to borrow. And so if we ask for more concessional debts and a higher level of concessionality, isn't there a risk that we will perpetuate these debt issues? And that was Francois was mentioning at the beginning of his intervention. How would you address these elements when you said we need more concessional debts?
Well, the escalation of intensification of debt problem is not because of concessional loans, right? It's because of the non-concessional loans that has actually escalated debt,
but
right? In a way, even there is no escaping the fact that you still need to have really, really prudent debt management, obviously, right? But if you are to choose between high-cost debt and low-cost debt, what would you choose, right? I mean, it's a very basic, obvious thing, right? So Especially, and you can even make it possible that you increase the maturity rates. Right now, they're 30, 40 years, go 50, right? What's to stop that? Now, Francois is completely right. So how long can the rest of the world finance these kinds of debt? But if you really care about transformation, then obviously that is, if you really want to think about transfer of cheap capital to countries that really desperately need cheap capital, that's the surest way of doing it. There's really no ambiguity there.
François, I'm playing the devil advocate, so I'll let the experts answer the question. Just very quickly before Richard, I give you the floor.
To some extent, Andrew, the issue is the difference between debt to GDP and debt service to GDP. One of the problems with more concessional loans, the debt service to GDP may remain fine, but the debt over GDP will be increasing. So the issue is to know what the market is looking at. Are we sure that the market is only looking at debt servicing rather than the total debt? I'm not clear about this. I mean, the debt over GDP ratio is so popular everywhere that I think it is a problem.
Absolutely. I agree that I think the most important thing we should be looking at is debt service to revenues. That's what we should be looking at, right? So that's what's most informative. But a lower, you know, the reason why the current debt crisis, if you really look at it, is because when the interest rates in rich countries went up, right, then the debt service costs really escalated. So if you basically have low interest rate loans that are not sensitive to those interest rates, right, because that's what most, for example, IDA loans are, then you're probably safe. A lot of countries that have not borrowed from Eurobond, even though their debt to GDP ratios are high, their debt service to revenues has actually been very low, and they've been fine and safe. So that's the important thing to remember.
Great, thanks a lot. Richard, you have been very patient listening to this discussion. Sorry. Thanks a lot for your patience. The floor is yours now. What's your take on this perspective?
Thank you. I'm very conscious of the fact that I'm the last person on the last panel on the last day of this conference. So you are all, I'm quite sure, fairly exhausted. But let me begin by thanking the organizers of this exciting event, really, in this wonderful setting. I think there's been a lot of interesting ideas thrown out and discussed, most of it forward-looking. I want to be backward-looking, to begin with at least, in what I have to say, because if we were gathered here 80 years ago on the 12th of July 1944, we would be looking at whatever our equivalent of the mobile phone was back then to try and understand what was going on 6,000 miles across the Atlantic in the mountains of New Hampshire, to understand what the great and the good gathered at Bretton Woods, because the Bretton Woods Conference took place in the first 3 weeks of July in 1944, were trying to do to deal with the new architecture that we are still talking about 80 years later. And I think you kind of know what the objective of Bretton Woods was. It was an attempt to design a set of new policies, a set of rules, a set of mechanisms that would stop the world going back to the economic mayhem and chaos of the interwar period, and to ensure countries had sufficient policy and fiscal space to be able, first of all, to recover from the shocks of the 30s and the dislocation of war, and then to have a sufficiently stable environment in which they could build the livelihoods that people in the post-war era were expecting. And the IMF was set up essentially to manage a stable exchange rate and to deal with balance of payment shocks. In that context, the World Bank was essentially established to provide a more stable source of patient capital, essentially initially to developed countries, but then subsequently to developing countries on the sidelines, not in the Bretton Woods Conference, because trade was too contentious an issue to be discussed in Bretton Woods. That was shunted down to another UN conference on trade and employment, to discuss, and from which eventually emerged the GATT, which was an institution that would essentially manage a liberalization and opening up of the trading system in a more orderly fashion. When I try and kind of understand the system and what it was trying to do, most people either turn to what Keynes was saying or what Harry Dexter White was saying, because the Bretton Woods conference was very much a battle between the rising hegemon that was then, or the risen hegemon that was then the United States, and the declining hegemon that was Great Britain. The person I like to turn to is Henry Morgenthau, who was the chair of the Bretton Woods Conference and the US Treasury Secretary in 1944. And he had to go, once they'd all agreed to the design of these institutions, he had to go to the US Congress, because the Congress had the right to turn down what was agreed to at Bretton Woods. He had to go there and justify the outcome that had been negotiated amongst member states over that 3-week period. And it's a very nice piece that people don't read of Morgenthau's presentation to the money and what was then I think it was called the Banking and Currency Committee of the House of Representatives that he had to defend the outcome to. And it's a very clear piece that Morgenthau presented about why the Bretton Woods institutions was good for the American people, because they had to endorse it, and why it was good for the world. And he had 3 things that he identified as being the outcome of Bretton Woods that he wanted to flag. The first one was, of course, that it was a set of institutions that would prevent beggar-my-neighbor policies, austerity, deflation, exchange rate conflict, devaluation, that had all been a feature of the chaos of the interwar period. So it was an anti-austerity agenda that Morgenthau believed that was being created in Bretton Woods. It would be a reliable source of what he referred to as international public finance. The crisis of the interwar period was a crisis of private finance, and you needed a supply of long-term, stable finance, and he thought that would have to come from public sources. And the third one was that, and it gets neglected, he wanted to prevent what he called bullying of big states by big states of little states. He was conscious that he didn't want the system to be seen to be run by big states imposing conditionalities on smaller states. Now, I would argue that the record, although we refer to the 30 years after Bretton Woods as the French call it la Trenteuse Glorieuse, le Trente Glorieuse. We call it the Golden Age in English. I don't think the record is as glorious or golden as we tend to suggest, particularly for developing countries. As they became independent, they found a system in which the rules of the game were not really dealing with their problems in the way that they hope. But regardless of that, the system was essentially blown out of the water in the 1970s by a mixture of Richard Nixon inflationary pressures on the supply and demand side, and a major recession in the advanced economies at the end of the decade, and of course a debt crisis in the global south. And a very different system emerged to manage the global economy when the old system and the problems of the old system had essentially been supplanted by a new way of organizing the international economy. And it was not the same as the old system. I mean, for me at least, and the work that we've done in UNCTAD, the old system was an attempt really to kind of, the institutions was responsible for managing the stability of the international economy in its various dimensions. The system that emerged after the end of the 1980s, early 1990s, was a system that essentially was aimed at enabling private capital. And those are very different types of systems that one has to understand. And, I mean, we've heard a lot, I think, about the nature of the system that has emerged over the last 30 years. We've struggled to kind of define what it is, I think. Ben Bernanke has referred to it as the Great Moderation, a system of low growth but stable growth, low inflation, It's not a description I find particularly persuasive, not least because it's been a system that has been marked by extreme financial shocks of one kind or another, beginning in Latin America in the early 1990s with Argentina, with the Mexican tequila crisis, repeated in East Asia at the end of the 90s, the Russian bond crisis, and of course culminating in the global financial crisis of 2007, 2008. So it hasn't been a very stable system. It's also been a system that has been, as I think we've all talked about today, dependent on debt, a heavily debt-dependent system. And that system has proved to be very fragmented, to be very polarizing, to be highly unequal in terms of the economic outcomes that have emerged from that. And we're now trying to stitch that system together, not only dealing with the problems that it's created, but on top of that, dealing with the climate crisis. And I don't think we have a system that is fit for purpose in terms of being able right now to deal with these combined crises. So let me just leave you with 4 reforms that we think and that we've tried to push in UNCTAD that are needed to deal with this system that is highly unequal and highly crisis prone. And I think there are issues that have been talked about already before. One is the more effective use of special drawing rights. This is an old issue, goes back to the 1960s, 1970s. And whether we can use the SDRs as more than a liquidity provisioning tool and use it for longer term financing. It used to be called the link problem back in the 1970s. We haven't yet found a solution, but we need to find a way of being able to use SDRs in that way and to allocate them on a more regular basis. Everyone knows that the US Treasury has veto power over the scale of special drawing rights. We somehow need to overcome that political obstacle to the use of SDRs if they're going to serve the purpose that we think is necessary in terms of enhancing access to financial resources. There needs to be the capital enlargement question that I'm not going to repeat here, that was talked about this morning, and other things. But I think Eric's point is incredibly important. We talk a lot about public-private partnerships in this world. We don't talk enough about public-public partnerships, because there's a huge amount of opportunity from combining the $23 trillion worth of assets that are under public financing institutions' control. And that's an area that really does need, I think, much more attention in the way that I think Eric talked about. Capital flow management needs to be talked about more seriously. It's now part of the IMF agenda. A world of highly mobile, highly volatile, highly speculative capital is not one that produces a stable investment climate. And capital flow management needs to be developed in a more effective way. And finally, it's an old UNCTAD argument, we need a sovereign debt workout mechanism. We've been arguing it since the 1980s. It's been ignored. The crisis is still with us. It's getting worse. We need to take this problem much, much more seriously. It's not a liquidity crisis anymore. It's a development crisis. When governments are spending more on servicing their debt than they do on education or on health, or in many countries on both education and health. UNCTAD estimated that 3 billion people live in countries where their governments are servicing debts at a higher level than they are on spending on either health or education. This is a development crisis, and we need a mechanism that was never put in place in the discussions in Bretton Woods to deal effectively with with countries that are under debt distress. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Richard. And I think your comment shows that we need more of UNCTAD these days, not less. Thanks a lot. I'm opening the floor for questions. Perhaps just as I'm doing so, if you want to take your interactive app and answer the question whether the MDBs and the MDB system has been innovative enough or not. You can answer these questions, and in the meantime, I was told I'm allowed to take 2 questions before we wrap up. So 1 question here. Yes.
Thank you very much. I think this is really a very interesting discussion and wraps up what we've been talking since yesterday. A couple of quick questions. I'll build up from what you, the moderator, started saying about the not only multiplicity, multidimensional crisis that we're living in at the moment, and Richard's historical analysis. It appears from what he said that the financial architecture, international financial architecture that was established about 80 years ago and then modified since the 70s is, to my conclusion, is no longer capable of meeting the needs of poorest countries. And we are at the center, we're talking about the New South. African countries are among countries that are left behind. And we've heard the amount of debt they have. So are we saying then that perhaps we need a rethinking of the international financial architecture, given the fact that we're living in a different world now, different world. Global crisis is not just simply financial crisis, it's economic crisis, health came into it. There are a number of conflicts everywhere, migration is a different world. And we're also talking about climate change with huge amount of financial needs. This is the first one. The second one, Richard talked about sovereign, what is it? What did he say? The debt, sovereign debt management. How about the idea of bringing back the HIPC initiative? Because the level of debt now in African countries, let's face it, is something that they will not be able to pay back. And the growth we're talking about will not happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was another question here.
Yeah, my quick question is very brief. On issue related with debt, shouldn't we take a bold proposition? The whole debt should be cancelled in Africa, because this is a major obstacle to kick off any growth potential. And the second point to Francois is classifying in climate fund and development fund. Does it make any sense when we know that advanced economies are not putting money even for loss and damage fund, and also they are reducing also aid package to developing countries. So the real problem is not being committed and not being able to take differentiated responsibility. So what difference will it make classifying into two?
30 seconds for the last question, and then you'll all have 1 minute each for wrap up.
So quickly, on the famous Lucas paradox, why does not capital does not flow from the north to the south? You said that there is because of a risk, and climate change is part of this risk, and this is not only a local risk but a global one. And there's still beyond this risk, so you have a risk premium. There's still a structural factor related to and finish. So you have lack of human capital, infrastructure, and institutions. Just saying that we know that FDI is particularly sensitive to the quality of institutions. So is that FDI issue down? And a last point is, we saw during the COVID that there have been a new allocation of a special drawing right. Could it be a new? Could we open this possibility in the near future toward the climate infrastructure and so on? Thank you.
So to answer these questions and final comments, you have less than 1 minute each, and I'll go in reverse order. Richard, with the microphone.
Yeah, obviously the allocation in response to the COVID shock has opened up a new discussion around SDRs. It's not a concluded discussion, but it certainly I mean, there's a lot more innovative thinking going on around the use of SDRs than was true 5 years ago, and that's a good thing. You know, we still have the problem of recycling SDRs. That was talked about in the session earlier than that, earlier in the conference. More work is needed, but it's a positive step forward without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, the problem behind it is the quota system. We know the problems with SDRs, but I think that was very positive. A HIPC initiative. I mean, I don't know. All I know is that the innovations that have taken place so far have not worked. The common framework has not worked. Collective action clauses, which we've supported for a long time in UNCTAD and bond contracts, have helped. They're not solving the problem. So we need to think a little. We've got to think out. If we're going to solve this problem, we do have to think outside the box.
We have to think differently.
And we're not doing that yet.
Andrew?
Quickly, so are we rethinking the international financial crisis? Yes, because that thinking has already started. In fact, the World Bank has an evolution roadmap that has been in discussions for a year and plus now. I think the rest of the MDBs are also going through that, so that's already underway. HIPC and sovereign debt workout. To restart that process will take a lot longer than to try and redesign the mechanism that we've already had. In fact, there is the G20 already have acknowledged that in fact there needs to be a sovereign debt resolution mechanism. Right? That's the first acceptance that in fact we do need a workout. So the question now is, okay, you have this workout. You've said that you're going to have this framework, but your framework is actually badly designed. Okay, so can we just have a better design of that system, right? That is faster, that has clear processes, that has clear parameters, and that has a third-party resolution, that can resolve these problems if in fact the two counterparties don't agree, right? So that kind of mechanism design will probably be better.
Thanks, Andrew.
Well, just quick. So the Lucas problem, right? So yes, institutions are important, but the risk is not just climate. There are all kinds of risks, right? Political risk, conflict risks, all kinds of risks. So I think it's really important to have, an acceptance that in fact risks are multidimensional, that people are always concerned with.
Thank you very much, Eric.
No, so in my presentation I focused on the upside, but I think if you look at the vulnerabilities in many emerging and developing countries now, we need to think about the lessons from COVID. You will see that rich countries managed very well to kind of stimulate themselves out, and there's very little scarring. Most of the scarring is now in emerging and developing economies. My concern is that when going forward, with more frequent nature and climate-related crises and shocks, that we need to focus on resilience. Adaptation is part of that. I think without that, it will be very difficult to benefit from the upside. So we need to focus much more on that. And I think something along the lines of HIPC is, because this debt is a part of the vulnerabilities of these economies. If we cannot solve that issue, I think COVID offered an interesting opportunity, because, of course, when any of these kind of debt forgiveness has to be related to something that you don't think will be, it will at least be some time before you have a similar event, and so it's one time and not again. I think that's the issue that the HIPC type initiatives are facing. If we have to find that opportunity that allows markets then to come back in after a HIPC type of arrangement. So and SDRs, I think that there's a lot of opportunities to use SDRs, and I think we are just at the beginning of understanding what can be achieved with that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. François, the last words.
Yes, on the debt, maybe I'm naive, but I'm still believe that the distinction between illiquidity and insolvency is making sense, and that it can be used in trying to resolve existing debt problems in several African countries. On the issue of the advanced countries would not contribute anything, this is not true. I mean, they are contributing already ODA. They intended, even though I believe that they didn't do it, but they were in agreement with providing $100 billion climate financing. And the issue of the public good is such that it will be very, very difficult for anybody to resist that. We'll see what happens in the COP29 in Azerbaijan, but I believe that, yes, something will come out. And about the loss and damage, it took a long time, but if I understood well, the decision was taken in the COP28 to create the loss and damage fund. Now, we still have to wait until this is becoming real. But as I said in my presentation, I said assuming that this will come, and also I insisted on the fact that it would take some time. And finally, I'm a bit surprised by the Lucas paradox, because I thought that for many reasons, we know that the Lucas paradox is much less important than what Lucas said at the beginning of his very famous paper.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for sharing your insights. The results of the polls about whether we are innovative enough is probably that we are not. I mean, we're trying to be innovative, but I think in view of the challenges, we have to be much better. Yes, thank you for showing the results. So I think it is the honors for all of us, and I would like to thank the panelists for trying to come up with innovative solutions and thinking. And I would like to thank the Policy Center for the New South for this opportunity to share these views and to exchange on these very important issues. Thank you very much all.
Alainawi, Executive President, Policy Center for the New South. Larabi Jaidi, Senior Fellow, Policy Center for the New South. Karim Alainawi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Voice of God. Merci. Donc, bienvenue à cette...
Welcome to all of you to this closing session. I'll say a few closing remarks at the end of my talk. The idea here is to give you an overview and to give you a glimpse of this fifth edition of our report on African economies, on the specific theme dedicated to this report this year, which is financing, and which was also, in fact, the theme of this Africa Economic Symposium. So the idea is for this yearly report to cover the theme of the symposium, and part of which is related to the economic situation. I have the pleasure of presenting this report with Professor Jaidi, my friend Larabi, who is a senior fellow at the Policy Center and who is taking the lead for the last 5 years to prepare this report. So what I'm suggesting, Mr. Jaidi, is to give you an overview of the rationale and philosophy of the report, and then after that I'll ask you a few questions on the key messages and takeaways of the report and the main risks that emanate from the report on the upcoming year and in the medium term. So maybe if you could start out by giving us an idea of the outline, structure, philosophy, and logic, rationale of the report and who is involved in this, in its preparation. Thank you. I will try to be as brief as possible and to also hopefully give you some food for thought and give you a glimpse of the report that will compel you to read it. So this, as Mr. Alainawi mentioned, this is the fifth edition of the report that is published by the Policy Center for the New South on African economies. And the first question that we asked ourselves is what the value added and what angle of attack could give it an identity, if we can call it as such, given the great diversity of publications and literature available on Africa that are published by international organizations or in African institutions or research institutions that are part of academia. So the approach that we thought was the most relevant to give it this distinctive feature is to establish a report where that would take place, where the first step was the analysis. The second was to review the macroeconomic situation in Morocco and Africa and to focus on the main aspects and the what characterized this year compared to the rest. Well, this year was marked, for instance, by inflation and forex variations, and also this macro-financial approach was rather geared on focusing on a sector that would be related to macro-financial issues. And this year we selected the theme of financial inclusion with a zoom on a country, which is unrelated to the general theme. But this year the spotlight was on South Africa. So this is the first macro aspect which allows us to capture the main highlights of the economic situation this year. So maybe before discussing the theme, discussing the report, so how many authors? There are about 24 to 25 authors that penned reports in this report, 10 from Morocco and others from different African regions. So it's not a report of Morocco on Africa, but it is in fact a conscious choice that we made to develop this narrative, this new narrative, and to refrain from developing it from our prism as our Moroccan prism, but to have a co-creation process with other researchers or members of academia in African countries. So it's this openness towards Africa, given its geographic diversity, but also diversity from an analytical standpoint. The second level is to question, to raise the question of what is happening in African economies, take into consideration the 8 regional economic communities, because the RECs in these regions and the situation doesn't necessarily change drastically in these different RECs, but to see what are the main trends, maybe the main steps forward or steps back that marked the African economies. And this year, we tried to analyze or review the countries that had submitted this application for single currency. How are they approaching this project? I mean, it's the case of ECOWAS. It is also the case of the SADC, the East African Community, and whatnot, because this issue of this currency is paramount, and so this monetary sovereignty in Africa is very important in this upheaval that the continent is faced with from a monetary and financial standpoint. But for the African RECs that do not have this common currency project, well, what happens when their financial system it changes and needs greater financing to finance their economies? And how? Well, there are also different projects that are related to the financial and economic integration of these economies around a crucial issue of whether these RECs actually converge macroeconomically and macrofinancially, because this convergence is a prerequisite for a more substantial integration, both financially and economically. So this is the aspect pertaining to this second chunk of the report. The third is the opening up to the continent with all of the issues that are related both to the international financial architecture and its impact on Africa, but also on the financing needs of Africa. But these financing needs, well, we all know that there are many international financial organizations that do tremendous work to gauge the needs and to identify the needs. But we wanted to draw inspiration from different types of analyses and reviews, and we wanted to see which are the crucial sectors for the transformation of Africa. There's the climate change, green transition. There's also the digital transformation and what financing it requires, what regulations are required. And third is the social transformation through financial inclusion, but not only from the prism of generalization of access to finance, but also and especially to see how fintechs and the new financial products are conducive to greater involvement in the financial sector, and to have the spin-off of savings, greater savings for African citizens. So maybe for final words, what are the 2 or 3 main risks or opportunities as well? So yes, absolutely, risks and opportunities that we can take away from this report. I will select a few that I will share with you. These will be just quick flashes, just right to the crux of the issue. I will not delve into the details. So the first is the risk of fracture, of Africa fracturing, and the reason why I chose this term is from the year 2000 to 2015, 2018, pre-COVID, where Africa was considered as on the frontier of growth, and we were in this great enthusiasm of African integration. And today, I believe that the disruptions of the international financial system, or even this turbulence, this financial turbulence that has struck the world, well, does have an impact on Africa's capacity to be empowered and find the resources it needs to grow. So this issue of this fracture in terms of growth, and the fracture in terms of growth is not only related to the capacity of having natural resources or not, because some countries are endowed with these resources and some are not, but how these economic reforms can support these transformation. This second fracture, could we call it well, there are some differences in the trends and growth trends and economic reforms, both at the macro and sectoral level. The second key message some call them the transitions or transitions for transformation. Well, it's a transition of green of the green transition, and around this question of green transition, we tend to focus on transfers or remittances from, or transfers that from the outside, from other countries to, or from international organizations or countries to Africa. But it's important to note that the financing of climate change also bears its share of risk, and it requires regulation, not only in terms of new products or financial innovation per se, but the capacity of central banks to regulate the financing of climate change. And this is related to their international commitments. Well, isn't Basel III a huge weight in the possibility for central banks to, especially since the financing of adaptation spans over the very long term. And so this is one of the aspects which is related to the risk of failure of these transitions. And I'm only giving climate change for illustrative purposes, were better regulated and contributed to the financial stabilization of Africa. And unfortunately, this is not started yet. And so if I'm not mistaken, lots of these regulations are established without involving Africa, and so where we see this non-consistency of the discourse of the North, where they're saying, well, we're not financing, because of the discussion around a certain time was whether we should finance projects and programs that are related to either mitigation or adaptation. Everybody's convinced today that it's important to finance mitigation through economic transformation. But how can we mobilize these resources, and how can we proceed with the weighting of the rules of Basel III to be able to do this, and so to be rigorous, but to give a possibility to local banks to further integrate in this financing. What we can see, however, here is that this regulatory pressure that is determined by the advanced countries based on their own challenges, which leads many banks or subsidiaries of European banks or North American banks or other to withdraw from the African market. Yes, absolutely. So this is a fact which connects us with the discussions of the previous panel, where hope was underpinned by the importance of private finance to supplement the financing needs of our countries. So there seems to be a real issue here with regulation and how it's conducted, which participation, who's involved, beyond the countries of the G7 to state things simply, or the G20, or even more. So the third.
We hear a lot about financing from external transfers and the broadening of the leeway from public spending. When we speak about private financing, we think of the intervention of international funds. But what about the reform of the banking and finance system in Africa? If we want to finance the private sector, if we want to ensure the private sector is a key actor in the transformation of Africa, we can't make a connection with financing from international institutions. We know that African financing institutions and the financing landscape in Africa is largely based on the weight of commercial banks and not on non-banking systems such as bonds and whatnot. So we need to reflect on how to ensure, if there is development towards greater stability because of international norms, Basel II and III. So what reforms should be carried out in financial systems to meet those needs, and especially to mobilize short-term savings and engage economic transformation? Yeah, there was a question in the previous panel in the connection between the long-term and short-term efforts. Thank you so much, Mr. Jaidi. So this is the latest edition. It will be online next week. It's the fifth edition, says the speaker. It was a tall order to coordinate efforts between 25 authors, and this is a commitment from the Policy Center. This annual report goes hand in hand with a geopolitical report. It's an African narrative authored by African experts who worked together, who reflected from Africa. So I think this is an invitation to collaborate with our friends from advanced economies. It's true that coordination is fascinating and difficult, but the coordinator is not the only one working. He's also supported by all the staff, all the coordinating team who works very hard and who make a great efforts and breathe optimism into that work. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We kindly ask the
First of all, I want to congratulate you for such resilience. Development is about resilience, so you passed the first test. We're in good shape. Well, I don't know if who is optimistic for the coming 5 years here in this room. Raise your hands. On the issues we've been covering, who is sort of pessimistic and worried about the future? Yeah, so most of us are worried. If I was a policymaker listening to our panelists, I would be very worried. I would be overwhelmed. So many things to do. Everything, like the world has started yesterday, and I have to fix everything. That's not the case. In fact, when you ask questions to economists, they have a very long list of reform to do. Nothing is optimal. Everything can be improved, etc., etc. Well, we're not doing, so bad. I think there's a sense of, I gather from this discussion, but also from other discussions and the discussion we have among ourselves, is there's a sense of missing opportunity, that there is the possibility to do better. There is the possibility to improve this institution we like. Who thinks we should eliminate international financial institutions such as the World Bank and the African Development Bank? I don't think. Nobody thinks. We all like those institutions. Yes, we like them. They think we hate them, but we like you. We love you, Andrew. We like you. We like you first as Andrew, but we like those institutions too. They're useful. They're needed. They're the only ones that are here when times are difficult. They are also the only ones that lend when nobody else wants to lend, etc., etc. So you've said it. We want those institutions to be at scale. We want those institutions to be more efficient, more agile, etc. And I think most of the staff of the bank, of those institutions, think like us. They're not happy. They're frustrated. They want to do more. They want to do more efficient. These people are driven, by development. They're, why it is not happening? This is the question we want to answer. Why it is not happening? The model we have to recycle capital, there's excess saving in advanced economies. They're aging. The rates of return for the pension in the advanced world, where are they? They are here in Africa. If you want your pension to be paid, they have to be invested in assets in Africa. in all sorts of assets, and particularly physical assets. We need guarantees. We need someone to do the link. The market is not working. It's not efficient. It's not sort of closing this gap. It needs to be organized. And when something needs to be organized, Arkabe, what do we need? It starts with an L, leadership. Leadership. And that is what we are lacking here. We can do amazing things as human beings when we have leadership. We're very good at survival, COVID. We're very bad at reforming ourselves in good times. You know, we like to procrastinate, we like comfort, we like our certitudes, you know. So all this has to do with leadership. And I have to say, those who need to take this leadership are not taking it. For many reasons, we don't have time, and it can be rational calculations, short term. But I think these are the wrong calculations for the medium to long run. The whole world has an interest, a vested interest in Africa, you know, growing in a more prosperous Africa. The world has an interest to it. We all have an interest in reducing carbon emissions, lowering the fuel intensity, the carbon intensity of our growth. This is the growth strategy for the world. Greening the world and leveling up Africa. This is it. Do you see anything else, Mavis? Yeah, going to the space, polluting it. Who cares? Let's take care of our challenges here. The growth strategy for the world is greening our economies, and it's leveling up Africa. We have the instruments. It's a matter of scales. It's a matter of details. We have the expertise. We can be very inventive when it comes to finance. We know how to take infrastructure, tranche it, package it, give it to the financial markets, having it bought by pension funds somewhere in America and or in Europe, and getting great rates of return. So we need to de-risk this. So one of the most precious things that we have to do coordinated action among human beings is trust. You know, and anyone who manages a team knows that when there's trust, we can do miracles. When I don't trust my neighbor, my colleague, if I spend half of my time protecting my back in the place where I work, I can work only half of the time. Okay? The mission of our leaders is to bring trust. And this is where it's a call to our friends in advanced economies. You have the trust still. Don't sort of get sidelined by, rivalries. Don't get obsessed by sort of one objective. Beware that this trust is needed. You need to put your capital, your social capital, which is trust, and your financial capital, but it's a profitable proposition because the rates of returns are much higher in economies that will grow for the next 50, 60 years at 6% a year. It's not happening because we lack leadership, and I think we also lack leadership on this continent. There are initiatives, but I think it needs to be mastered, it needs to be communicated, it needs to be demanded, it needs to be at the forefront of the discussions the African Union has with the rest of the world and in all forums that we participate to, international financial institution, UN, etc., etc. And the sense of frustration that we have in this room and I can see in our younger colleagues is really that it is feasible, but it's not happening. It's not something impossible. We have the expertise. We've been working, all of us, publishing, technical papers. They're keeping us busy because they know that we like to do technical stuff. They're very smart, these guys. And they give some money here and there. Maybe they give us some money, we're happy. We do papers, think tanks, events. Not enough. So I will want to close and to send you with a message. Think of an initiative where we can engineer, provoke traction for this leadership to happen. It's not going to happen by itself. It needs some pressure. It needs constant pressure, constant questioning. We need to disturb on this issue of the reform of the international financial architecture. And we're all on the same boat. We all have the same passion. Look at us here. We are 40 nations, ranging from all countries of Europe, Africa, and North America. We believe in the same, rational vision, which is what needs to be done, a simple growth strategy for the world that will help us address the climate and the sort of lift up of Africa and the African growth. So let me close on that on the content, and let me thank particularly Umeima Bohriba. Where is she? Our economist. Come up, we can see you. So she's the one who has taken the lead on this. And of course, all her colleagues, please stand up. Volunteers, we have interns from the university, volunteers, colleagues, stand up. Allez, ma tachmouche, yalla. Voilà. So it takes a lot of people to make things happen, but we have the energy. So imagine all these think tanks in Africa with all kinds of people like this. We can do miracles. Safe trip back to your homes, and let's stay in touch. We look forward to continue our mission as think tanks with a view of the New South, a friendly view, candid view, a sort of positive view of the world, optimistic, but at the same time rigorous and engaged. Thank you very much.